The following gaming presentation in official Monster Hunter Stories Monster Hunter Wilds Canonization is brought to you by Capcom and Star Globe Industries. Star Globe Industries is the official company and trademark of Evolution Law, the science field, approved by the United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office. And I put on for my city from the intro. Let's go.
Hello everyone, welcome to Capcom Spotlight. For today's show, we'll be covering updates to games that are out now and a look at some upcoming titles. We hope you enjoy the show. Without further ado, let's dive into our first title.
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの辻本です。本日はモンスターハンターストーリーズ3運命の総流の最新情報をお伝えします。まずは追加のサイドストーリールディ編の映像をご覧ください。
What are you?
Navi.
Navi?
I suppose you couldn't be. A very, very long time ago, I was acquainted with a feline who looked much like you. He was a great rider's buddy and my deeply treasured friend.
What's more, we are descendants of the feline hero who saved the world. A heritage I couldn't be prouder of. I've known all the stories ever since I was just a kitten. Long have I admired the hero and aspired to become just like him. Forefather!
The hell? Get a live one here! Get back, everyone!
Forefather!
追加サイドストーリールディ編では主人公と一緒に旅をするロイヤルアイルールディのルーツに関わる物語を体験できます。ルディの一族の先祖でありかつて世界を救ったと言われる伝説のアイルーはモンスターハンターストーリーズシリーズでおなじみのナビルーでした。各地で起きていた異常現象に巻き込まれた結果ナビルーは子孫であるルディと巡り合うことになって物語は思わぬ方向に展開していきます。映像の最後に登場した古竜ネルギガンテはお供にはできませんがルディ編で挑むことができる超強力なモンスターです。どのように物語に関わってくるかはその目でお確かめください。サイドストーリールディ編はこの番組など各プラットフォームのストアにて発売となります。デラックスエディションやプレミアムデラックスエディションを購入済みの方もサイドストーリールディ編発売タイミングからプレイ可能となります。このようにモンスターハンターストーリーズ3にはレンジャーの仲間たちにフィーチャーしたサイドストーリーがあります。例えばティオのサイドストーリーでは疾風4兄弟というフーギーとのレースに挑むなどメインストーリーとは異なる仲間たちの意外な一面を見ることができるのでルディ編と合わせて遊んでいただければと思います。さらに3月にお伝えしたフィールドにキングモンスターが出現するようになる無料アップデートもサイドストーリールディ編と同時に配信となります。本作ではゲームクリア後のセーブデータをロードすると最終バトル直前のゲーム進行度に戻ります。無料アップデート配信後にゲームクリア後のセーブデータをロードすると高難度の最終バトルに挑むことになります。この高難度の最終バトルをクリアすると 既存モンスターのほぼ全てがキングモンスターとして各地のフィールドに登場し、より難易度が高いバトルに挑戦可能です。真獣や天変古竜もキングモンスターとして登場するので、ぜひチャレンジしてみてください。本日お伝えするモンスターハンターストーリーズ3の情報は以上になります。引き続きモンスターとの冒険をお楽しみください。また先日タイトルアナウンスしましたモンスターハンターワイルズの超大型拡張コンテンツモンスターハンターワイルズアセンダンスは2027年の発売を目指して鋭意開発進行中です。ワイルズ本編から続くさらなるストーリー、フィールド、モンスター、ハンターのアクション、より歯応えのある新たなクエストランクとしてマスターランクが登場するなどさまざまなコンテンツが追加になります。発売日やゲーム内容の詳細は今後発信してまいりますのでご期待ください。それでは引き続きモンスターハンターシリーズをよろしくお願いいたします。
We recently announced a new entry to the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil Veronica. What chilling terrors lie ahead for players? Keep an eye out for more news. Resident Evil Requiem is available now. Terrifying, yet so captivating. New series protagonist Grace finds herself entangled in the iconic Resident Evil drama fans love. Also, we have series veteran Leon. Experience Leon's action-packed return, with a number of difficulty options that can be enjoyed by both beginners and veterans of the series. Resident Evil Requiem is striking fear and excitement into players all over the world. With the addition of photo mode and the minigame Leon Must Die Forever, it's packed with new content to test your skill. Amiibo for Grace and Leon will release on July 30th. Scanning an amiibo on Nintendo Switch 2 will reward players with special weapon skins. Now available for pre-order. A special exhibit commemorating 30 years of Resident Evil, the World of Resident Evil 30th Anniversary Exhibit, will be held at Shibuya Beam in Tokyo from October 30th through December 24th. Experience 30 years of history through various immersive exhibits that bring the games to life. Advance tickets will be available through a lottery system in early July. This fall in Shibuya, immerse yourself in the horrifying world of Resident Evil. The Resident Evil 30th Anniversary Concerts Symphony of Legacy, which gained a high reputation in Japan back in March of this year, will be on its world tour starting this August. This is a special concert tracing the 30-year history of the series. Curated tracks, accompanied by video presentations from the Resident Evil series, will be performed live by symphony orchestras. You can also hear the music from the latest title, Resident Evil Requiem. Tour tickets are on sale now. Visit the concert's official webpage to find out more about each city's tickets. Next up, let's introduce another title.
shall not harm the Arisen. I will finish this, here and now. Over here, Master. I can help you up.
The truth behind Norgan's downfall is at hand. I can feel it.
Arisen. 'Tis a burden I alone must shoulder.
皆さんこんにちは。ドラゴンズドグマ2ダークアリズンディレクターの木下健人です。本作は王道ファンタジーの世界で自由な冒険を楽しめるドラゴンズドグマ2に新たな遊びを加えた拡張タイトルです。より遊びやすく、新しい体験を追加し、より手に取りやすく、この3つを目指したプロジェクトです。新しい体験については大きく分けて3つの要素を追加しています。まず1つは新エリアノルガンを舞台にしたストーリーコンテンツ。新たな土地で各社たちの新しい冒険が描かれます。2つ目は本編エリアで楽しめるチャレンジコンテンツです。育て上げたキャラクターで12種のユニークなダンジョンに挑んでいただけます。そして3つ目はキャラクターエディットのバリエーション追加です。髪型やタトゥーのバリエーションを追加し、新たな姿での冒険が可能になります。これらの新要素はプレイステーション5、Xbox シリーズ XS、Steam では追加 DLC として配信予定です。Nintendo Switch 2では本編とエキスパンションを一つにまとめたパッケージとして発売を予定しています。ドラゴンズドグマ2発売後、本当に多くのプレイヤーの皆さんから反響をいただきました。本編ゲーム体験に関したさまざまなお声をはじめ、もっとこの世界を冒険したい、さらに遊び続けたいというお声を多くいただきました。私たちはその思いに応えたいと考え、本作の制作をスタートしました。これまで遊んでくださった方にはさらに遊びやすく、さらに深く、これから触れる方にも新たな形で楽しんでいただける内容を目指しています。初代のダークアリズンと同様に、本編とは異なる新たなエリアで新しい冒険と物語を楽しめる内容になっています。今回新たな舞台となるのはノルガン、極寒の地に広がる滅びと謎に満ちた土地です。この地では魔物との戦いや探索によって遺戦品を入手できます。遺戦品を拠点へ持ち帰り鑑定することで強力な武器や防具を獲得できます。単純に数値が高い装備だけではなく、特別な効果やユニークなスキルを持つ装備も存在します。より強敵へ挑み、さらに冒険を進めるために遺戦品を集め、装備を整え、再び探索へ向かう、そうした繰り返し遊べるハクスラ的なゲームサイクルも本作の大きな魅力です。本作の物語の中心となる存在がキーアートにも描かれている利害の竜です。本来であれば心臓があるはずの胸部は空洞となっており、その異形の姿とともに死してなお朽ちぬ力を持っています。そしてその竜を追う謎多き女性エイ。彼女はなぜ竜を追い続けるのか、そして利害の竜とはどのような存在なのか。各社とポーンはノルガンの地を巡りながら この2つの存在に隠された真実へと迫っていくことになります。ドラゴンズドグマ2本編にも先日配信したアップデートに加えて8月末に追加のタイトルアップデートを予定しています。アップデートではプレイヤーの皆さんから寄せられたご意見ご要望をもとにより遊びやすく冒険を楽しんでいただくことを目的として利便性向上と遊びの幅を広げる調整を進めています。代表的な内容としては先日のアップデートでは制限なくファストトラベルができるアイテム刹那の永久石を追加させていただきました。一度訪れた拠点や主要地点などへ何度でも繰り返し移動することができます。また8月末のアップデートでは多くのご要望をいただいていたセーブスロットの追加や竜付きのメリット向上と治療手段の追加、カスタムスキル枠を6枠へ増設などを予定しています。その他アップデートの詳細は公式サイトで公開しているのでそちらもご確認ください。本編を遊び続けてくださっている皆さんにもこれから新たに冒険へ旅立つ皆さんにも王道ファンタジーの世界をさらに深くさらに自由に楽しんでいただけるよう今後もアップデートとエキスパンションの両面から展開していきます。ぜひこれからのドラゴンズドグマ2ダークアリズンにもご期待ください。
This title will be available on Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, and Steam. Pre-orders will begin rolling out soon on each platform. The following items can be obtained as a pre-order bonus. Check out the official website or store for details. We'll also have the world's first public hands-on at Gamescom 2026. Apart from that, we are planning exhibits at other game shows. For the latest information on the game, please visit the official website and social media accounts. Next, please take a look at today's lineup of Capcom titles. Devil May Cry 5 is now available for Nintendo Switch 2, including all extra content. Control characters with unique battle styles and go on a rampage. Experience smooth 60 FPS gameplay in both TV and handheld mode. The digital version for Devil May Cry 5 Devil Hunter Edition is available now. Street Fighter 6 continues to heat up with their Year 4 lineup announced this month. Yasmin, Arjun, Bosch, and finally, Tifa from the Final Fantasy VII Remake series are joining the fight in Year 4.
Ready!
Yasmin is the first new character for Year 4 and utilizes a curved karambit knife and unparalleled speed to dominate opponents. Yasmin loves to get up close and personal with an arsenal of techniques. She can glide across the ground or zip through the air to confuse her opponents, making them easy targets. Connect with specific attacks to activate her unique Bayani mode. This increases her damage output, making it valuable in combos. Yasmin slices her way in on August 3rd. Laban La. Next, we have an announcement from Capcom Esports. The Capcom Pro Tour 2026 is underway, kicking off the path to Capcom Cup qualification. The premier solo showdown tournament. Tournaments will be streamed on the dates above. Beginning with this weekend's EVO, we'll live broadcast all tournaments. World Warrior is taking place globally right now. Epic battles are raging across the globe. Don't miss out. Capcom Cup 13 awaits those victorious in each tournament. Just like last year, the tournament will be held at Ryogoku Kokugi-kan in Japan. Furthermore, the official Team League, Street Fighter League, will again be held at 3 regions across the world. Please look forward to it. Check the official website for tournament-specific information. That's all from Capcom Esports.
Gathered here are the world's best fighters.
I won't deny it, I'm a street fighter.
But only one of which will be crowned the world champion of Street Fighter!
3, 2, 1, fight! You win! Perfect. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Perfect.
The new teaser for the long-awaited live action. Legendary fighters Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li return once again. As the curtain rises on a tournament to determine the world's strongest, a contest with no rules and no limits. Witness a fiery battle that carries on the soul of the original series. Street Fighter hits cinemas worldwide on October 16th. The all-new entry in Capcom's Swordplay Action Series.
皆さんこんにちは。鬼武者ウェイオブザソードディレクターの二平です。長らくお待たせしましたが、本作の発売日が2026年9月25日金曜日に決定いたしました。本日はゲームの紹介に加え、特別に初公開となる新たなゲンマとの戦いもご覧いただきたいと思います。本作はカプコンが誇る剣撃アクションゲームシリーズ鬼武者の完全新作です。ダークファンタジーの世界観で描かれる江戸時代初期の京都を舞台に至高の剣撃アクションが楽しめます。異形の怪物玄馬の襲撃により命を奪われた主人公宮本武蔵が鬼の力を得て現世に舞い戻り、鬼の小手とその運命に抗いながらも己の戦う理由を問い続ける武蔵の剣の道とは。宿敵佐々木巌流との因縁の戦いや次々と襲いかかる強大な玄馬たちとの激戦、それぞれの思いを秘めた協力者たちとの出会い、そして清水寺や安井金毘羅宮など舞台となる京都のスポットや伝承が鬼武者の世界でどのように絡み合うのか、ストーリーにもご期待ください。それでは本日初公開となる玄馬との戦闘シーンを一部公開します。宮本武蔵に幾度となく襲いかかる強力なくせ者玄馬ドアツ戦との戦いです。どうぞご覧ください。
Who would challenge me? Let us begin to battle.
What? You asked for that.
Novice! Get up!
You're out to lunch! Let the bloody banquet begin! My bloodlust is unquenched! I won't make this easy. Give me a real fight! Enough from you!
迫力ある戦闘、爽快なアクションをご覧いただきました。本作はアクションゲーム好きのたくさんの方々に最高の剣撃アクションをお届けできるようにしたいことから、物語重視の活劇モードと手応え重視の剣撃モードをご用意しています。そしてご覧のプラットフォームで現在体験版がプレイ可能となっています。体験版では物語序盤の宮本武蔵と佐々木巌流の剣撃がお楽しみいただけます。プレイいただいた方向けにゲーム本編で利用できる特典もご用意していますので、ぜひプレイしてみてください。
From here, we'd like to share some product details. Once more, Onimusha Way of the Sword releases on September 25th, 2026. For players who want to further enjoy the world of Onimusha, we've prepared deluxe and premium deluxe editions that bundle the base game with amazing additional content. And as a pre-order bonus, players will receive appearances for Musashi's sword and some helpful charms that can aid him in combat. Be sure to check them out. For the latest information on Onimusha Way of the Sword, please check our official X account and website. There's no better place to get the latest info, so don't forget to follow us. We hope you all look forward to when the game releases later this year. The Capcom digital sale is on now. The latest title in the popular Monster Hunter RPG series, Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection, is on sale for the first time. The ever-evolving Monster Hunter Wilds is also on sale, along with other titles from the series. Don't miss this chance to give these wonderful games a try. In addition, Resident Evil Requiem and other popular titles in the Resident Evil series are on sale. The deals don't stop there. Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection, which includes 7 games from the series. Street Fighter 6, which is heating up as it heads into Year 4, and the Onimusha series are also included. Witness the origins before the new title drops. We can't miss out on the Mega Man Cyberwave Pack sale as well. Enjoy your summer with popular Capcom titles. That's all for today's presentation. Thanks for tuning in. Before you go, we'll be holding a survey about today's show. Viewers of this broadcast were invited to share their thoughts on the Capcom Spotlight website. Those who answer the survey will earn a special wallpaper. You will need a Capcom ID to participate, so take this opportunity to sign up. Thanks again for watching. Until next time.
I'm a street fighter, but only one of which will be crowned the world champion of street fighting! You win! Perfect.
You're not a warrior anymore, you're a sideshow.
What's up, MTV? I'm Ken Masters.
This is your shot at redemption.
Who are you gonna show?
The path I'm on now is not one of combat.
Maybe it's Ken's turn to be champion.
How did you find me?
I'm paid to find champions, even if they're lost.
Good to see you, old friend. Still reckless. Sit down. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs. I don't see what the big deal is. Bitch, please!
That was some abracadabra shit.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Do it, Ryu!
Fridays out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back.
Be sure to mark your calendars October 16th for the brand new Street Fighter movie scheduled for theatrical release. And now for the featured gaming presentation. Please silence all phones. This process is now an official Capcom evolution process, retroactively canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1 and Monster Hunter Wilds. Hope you enjoy and thank you for watching. Just remember, the Star Globe Industries channels are official YouTube and Twitch channels for all Capcom and Monster Hunter Wild news. Today's episode length will be determined during the gaming presentation, so please make sure to pause, often take breaks, and stretch in between the viewings. Enjoy the presentation.
Channeling your inner self and moving up these mountains. Crossing over, passing bound, for no time to count and keep score. Breaking barriers I never thought I'd cross before. When I get tired on my knees, I gotta dig in it deep. I feel like I'm all alone, and really I just got me. I stand by, actions I went the window. Goodbyes, if you just stood again. Yeah, let's go. Hop out and I'm scheming, ride around and I'm dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody can stop me. Hit it, I'm on gold, fitting all you foes. Once I'm on the road, I'm knocking out of the door. I got the range. If you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me, rookie, run up on me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I'll do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get the crown. I'ma go all of the round. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I'll do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get the crown. To the top, see the sights, see the sights, see the sights, yeah.
遥か遠い昔、古の頃。モンスターと心を通わせ、眠れる力を目覚めさせる者がいた。 人々はこう呼んだ。モンスターライダー。モンスターと絆を結びし者と。
Monster Hunter Stories 1, The Original Trinity. Alright, really quickly, just for litigation, only for litigation, I'm just gonna let you all know that my previous record had technical difficulties and it was roughly about a 3-hour time difference. However, I will just say the nature of the content was nothing lore worthy. I did nothing lore worthy, so I did no continuation of the storyline. It was just simply farming because that will be the nature of today's content. So I just want to just caveat that this is supposed to be the quote-unquote season 1 finale, so I'm not necessarily going to be pressing the lore work, and I didn't press the lore work because with the departure and everything, I decided to save the lore side for after. So I just want to just give that caveat to litigation early on that I've restaged the character. So I will be in the same staging location previously. It's just the previous record saved over, but nothing lore worthy was done. So in terms of, I guess, the actual lore work or the recording of anything, nothing was lost. It's just audio was lost. It was just gameplay with no audio because I had, I guess, technical audio issues. So I just wanted to state that first because episode 9 will most likely kick off things. So I just wanted to say that early, and then I believe I'll load here. I believe Okay, yeah. So I restaged the character. What you've noticed is I have pretty much better gear, so I'll just explain that. And the previous record that did not go well previously to this one, I simply just farmed. And farm just is a term that just means I simply ran around and fought Tigrix. That's generally what I did. I fought Tigrix. And I was able to improve. Well, I got a Ravager Blade, and then I was able to improve the Odyssey to level 2. And let's see. And then I think I got new equipment, so I'm wearing the new equipment. Yeah. And I leveled that up. So that's all. There's a 3-hour gap. That's all that was done in a 3-hour gap. So to the fans that may be wondering what y'all missed out on, you didn't miss out on really anything. Even though I'm upset because I was yapping for generally 3 hours. But with that, today's episode is going to be even better. So welcome to the official Monster Hunter Stories 1 Monster Hunter Wilds official canonizing episode 8, the original Trinity. And so the nature of the previous record was really just me talking about the assessment. However, after assessing that record, I felt it was actually better that that content didn't see the light of day, and I guess it was a failed upload. So we're going to just start over, which is great because in the last I guess sort of record, I didn't do any I made mistakes. So it's actually good. We're gonna take care of litigation. There was no litigation in the last record. And then I had an aha moment. This is supposed to be the episode where I do, you guessed it, my final initial assessment. So yeah, I remember what I was supposed to do. So to litigation, we're gonna be doing litigation over here. Actually, do I want to do litigation over here? Sure, why not? We'll come to the ship. Yeah, we'll come to the ship. That way I can, yeah, we'll stand here. Sure. Alright, this is actually, I don't think I can go up here. I need a podium. That's what I need. I need a podium. I need something that is official. We could do litigation at Diva's Bell. Sure, why not? We'll do litigation at Diva's Bell. It's symbolic. Because all of it will tie in. But we gotta get through housekeeping before we get to everything. So yes, we'll do that. So of course I gotta get through the intro and everything. So we'll do that. Yeah, this is looking pretty official as the Emperor of the Forbidden Land. So yeah, this is what we'll do. I'll just start here with the intro. I think this is better. Previously in Monster Hunter Stories 1, as the creator of the Monster Hunter franchise, the undisputed world champion, Emperor of the Forbidden Land of Monster Hunter Wilds, I've managed to find my way towards the land of my empire as a member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team. And now I am using my power as Emperor to break the fourth wall and continue to canonize Monster Hunter Stories 1. I just want to remind everyone that the intention of these videos are to be an enjoyable watch for the public. and record this official investigation and assessment of Monster Hunter Stories 1 as it pertains to the developmental progress of Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance, scheduled for 2027. So if anyone is interested in backtracking and seeing the actual YouTube content, just search on YouTube 2026 Monster Hunter Stories 1 Monster Hunter Wilds Official Canonizing. Or you can also search my name, The Omniclaw, and you can find the content on YouTube. I will also like to say thank you to all the first responders who went out and put their lives on the line to respond to the national security threat in Planet Earth Year 2026. Recently, the pilot reported a confirmed hit on target with the new experimental weapon we created in Planet Earth Year 1997. The live test was a success, which is another reason why I had to give the public a heads up on me deploying the experimental science as a part of the contingency. Unfortunately, that was all of the ammunition I had to deploy, which means that the experimental weapon is currently offline, now on cooldown cycle. Maybe one day it will be deployed for alternative uses, only time will tell. Hopefully never. Hopefully. You know, for our adversary's sake. Hopefully, I'll never have to deploy that destructive scientific weapon ever again. So thank you. And if anybody's wondering, yes, 4-year-old me, back in 1997, developed that one-shot weapon. Yes, a weapon capable of transcending space, time with sound. I coin it the Omni Bomb. And with that said, I would also like to say thank you to Capcom for sponsoring this video. Now, you all know it's time. Hold on, wait, because I gotta do the intro. So let's come this way. All right, because yeah, I kind of want to do the marking here. Yeah, let's do this because I gotta be a little bit extra. This is gonna be a very, very special episode. So I want you all know I gotta do the intro because litigation, we gotta get through it. Here we go. Because this is the episode that y'all wanted, right? This is the episode. This is the season 1 finale. So welcome to the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Episode 8, The Original Trinity. And I am the undisputed world champion of Monster Hunter Wilds, the Emperor of the Wildlands. Sonic Racing Crossworlds SpongeBob SquarePants Festival World Rank number 41. Capcom's Mega Man Festival World Rank number 95. I'm one of the Triple Dragons of Capcom, a member of Capcom's original Trinity, the sleeping dragon of the South, the American Wild Child, the Omniclaw, and I am a representative of Capcom America. And this is my origin story. Welcome to the heroic age. I will just give a quick recap assessment of everything I've uncovered from the scientific expedition into Monster Hunter Stories 1 as it pertains to the current progression of Monster Hunter Wilds base game, and I can assess that the entire Monster Hunter franchise universe from the very beginning of the original lore design framework has taken substantial damages from the abduction of the original 30-year draft lore work as a member of the original development team who drafted the documents in the Capcom lab back in Planet Earth year 1997 at the prime young age of 4.5 years old. The purpose of these episodes are to investigate the state of current base game Monster Hunter Wilds as an official member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team as it pertains to the launch and expectations of Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance, and find the root cause for the stagnation of the game's evolutionary progress. Assess the current status of the Monster Hunter franchise universe and calculate the initial final assessment as it pertains to my ownership of Capcom America, Capcom Global, and the scientific documents that were stolen as a property of Capcom in Planet Earth year 1997. When I previously said in the episodes, just keep in mind, this is episode 8. So I have to remind those that if you have not seen the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1 and Monster Hunter Wilds episodes 1 through 7, I highly encourage you, check out the YouTube content. They're amazing watches, all sponsored by Capcom. Definitely binge worthy, which is a great time to remind everybody that this is the time to, get your snacks. If you need to get your blanket, if you need to just get your fix going, whatever you need, the Java juice, whatever, get your dinner going. I don't know necessarily where the content is being aired or how it's being aired, but from just the public feedback that the pilot has been getting and has been transmitting here towards Capcom Global, it seems that the fans, the 12 million player base, are generally happy with the episodes. So thank you all so much. Thank you to the fans. And of course, remember, I do see the fan art on Steam. I do see the fan art. I've seen this fan art coming in. I have seen the fan art coming in. So yeah, I wanted to just show y'all that there is fishing. There is fishing here. So we're gonna do the litigation, but I want to have some fun with it. I do want to have some fun with it. So yes, all the episodes are indeed on YouTube. Nice, because I do need to show the fishing mechanics. So I do want to show the public audience just early, just how forward-thinking 4-year-old me was in terms of just enjoying the game as a solo player adventure. So we're gonna just keep things lightly. Even though I do have to let litigation know, I will begin now with explaining the initial scope of the investigation has now widened to the international level, and because of that, the initial scope of my current investigation as it pertains to the nature of understanding Monster Hunter Stories 1 to the current progression of Monster Hunter Wilds base game planet that is roughly can be assessed hundreds of billions of years into the future. As a member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams, I can fairly say that I will need to travel to Capcom Osaka, which means the pilot will be portaling out to gather information on their damage assessments as it pertains to the stolen property of 1997. And the reason why that's important is currently I am on the solo investigation, right? I came here initially to investigate what? I came here to investigate why base game Wilds was stalled, the stagnation and the progress of base game Wilds. But within that investigation and working through litigation, we've caught criminals, and hopefully, I believe stolen goods were recovered, which means that yes, the experimental weapon that 4-year-old me was working on back in Planet Earth year 1997, the experimental sound device used and can only be used by the operator that is capable of breaking the fourth wall, was indeed successful, which is why I had to make all of this publicly known, because I tested a live experimental weapon and I needed the public to know that beforehand all of this was by design and contingency in the event that the original Monster Hunter lore, or just any of the Monster Hunter property in general, just were to come under attack from potential foreign adversaries of any kind as it pertains to the nature of my work. And I will also explain to litigation that is why the nature of my work is important, because what I have been alluding to in the nature of my work, and this is where I have to keep my assessment sound. In the previous episodes, I specified that in my undergrad, my re-entry into the science field, because I could not use Monster Hunters, was Star Wars. And as a scientist, to me, that proved two things. One, evolution isn't necessarily singular, because it's my power and I'm capable of creating with it. So there's multiple forms or multiple versions, if you want to call it that. Like I said, aura, chakra, chi, however you want to think of it, there's just multiple forms of the stimulus of evolution as it pertains and exists in our planet Earth year 2026 universe. And it's important to note that because at the time I was untied to the Monster Hunter franchise. And so now that I have retained the Monster Hunter franchise, the other reason why this is a part of the contingency in terms of my scientific explanation, and this is where the scientists, they're probably going to get a chill down their spine, because now they understand how breaking the fourth wall can be experimental, but why I would do it in this fashion. Because yes, so far within this investigation, there have been arguably 4 universes mentioned within, yes, the initial scope of my episodes, correct? So far, there is our current real world universe of planet Earth year 2026, right? Then we have the Monster Hunter franchise universe as another. And I've assessed that Monster Hunter Stories 1 is the very first planet. And I will later explain the significance of why Monster Hunter Stories 1 is more valued than any other planet in the entire Monster Hunter universe, including Wilds. But that will be later on. The next universe mentioned was the WWE universe, as it pertains to the virtual space and, of course, the real physical world space of 2026. Didn't mention them much, however, that is a universe in itself. And then you have the Star Wars universe as the fourth mentioned universes, and the importance of the science and why coming back here, back in time, is also very, very experimental, because in this journey from Wilds, I've also entered, you guessed it, the Sonic Racing Crossworlds universe. So that's the fifth one, tied to my world ranking mentioned. Now, that's 5 universes that have canonly, through the science of evolution, right? 5 universes that have been mentioned through episodes 1 through 7 previously. And so the reason why episode 8 is the tie-in is because of one concept that scientists have been trying to prove since the dawn of time, in a sense. Since the early forms of education. Yes, the reason why the scientific nature of breaking the fourth wall in terms of canonizing stories is so important today is because, yes, scientists, I have done it. I have indeed proven the concept of multiverse. Yes, multiverse. That is what I was studying with the nature of my scientific work back in 1997. That is essentially why, as a scientist, I decided to align and form the original Trinity with the producer and director of Monster Hunter Wilds at the time. Because, yes, back in 1997, working on my works and elaborating on my initial work, the reason why the Stories 1 Planet is very, very important to me is because as a 4-year-old child, when I was in school, I had an imagination exercise. And as you know, my power is evolution. So when I created the Stories 1 Planet, and the reason why I said it was never for sale is because I not only created my very first planet, Stories 1 was my very first thought ever as a human being. And I recorded it and I put it on paper. And then once Capcom showed interest, we worked it in the lab. And then I created Stories 1 and I cooked Stories 1 to perfection. So what you're seeing in this virtual space is my very first thought as a human ever. And the reason why that's important is because, again, my power is evolution. So what do you think that would produce as a young child? It was an innocent thought, uncorrupted, which means that this planet is the world's first, other than our planet, potentially, the world's first product of pure evolution. That is why it is priceless, sentimental, and valuable to me. That is why, to me, it was worth 29 years of no sleep to make sure this planet came home to its rightful owner. However, it still has been sold by the assailants. and that will be factored into the ownership calculation later. However, I wanted to explain that to the United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office as it pertains to the litigation. Because yes, that is important in terms of, you guessed it, scientific discovery. Because that is the nature of my work. It doesn't stop just because I prove evolution true. No, as a scientist, that just does what? You ask more questions. And the biggest question, the biggest myth, to my knowledge, back in 1997, was the theory of multiverse. And that is what I began to study promptly into my undergrad years. I just knew that for me to elaborate on that form of science, I would need to win the undisputed world title, which was in line with my overall goal anyways. And with the success of the experimental live weapon previously launched, I came to this assessment that indeed the nature of my science work back then was to assess this and then guide the American government powers that be at the other intent of my work, to assess multiverse and then analyze within my scope how present day, as it pertains to the current time period of the United States of America, as it pertains to what agencies are capable at the international level of analyzing and engaging threats that could potentially come from the multiverse. Now, I will say that was my assessment as a scientist. I've also worked within the United States military as well. So I've also made assessments from my time within the service in the 7 years that I served as well. And that also factored into my assessment of needing to deploy the Omnibomb. Because back then the scientists were, and by the scientists I mean everyone in the lab who were helping me in the Capcom lab, continue to theorize the concepts of multiverse as it pertains to not just evolution, but pure evolution and the different types of evolution that could actually exist in our universe or even other universes within our world. Now, I will tell you that the nature of that assessment has finally concluded on my end, and I have now moved forward towards my third project. So that is why I am comfortable with now releasing that form of scientific discovery update news to you, United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office, because yes, as a scientist, you always want to get credit where credit is due, right? So yeah, in many ways, I understood that the founding fathers may have sort of beat me to the punch with evolution. However, that explained to me why I was naturally born with it anyways. And so I just thought of the next myth that needed to be debunked as a scientist, which was multiverse, which is why I turned to the comic aspects as a developer to try to understand how just the comic aspect of things play out in terms of content creation. So I just wanted to explain that as the intent of the nature of my scientific work. I am now looking more towards retiring and being more of a dev, so I'm less of a scientist nowadays, even though I'll always be a scientist. And that is also another reason why I have the ambitions to open up the New Zealand office as it pertains to Star Globe Industries. I cannot necessarily speak for Capcom because I have to travel, and by the time this surface, I will be traveling to the global headquarters meeting. But I just wanted to just let you all know in litigation that that is also being factored into all of the damage calculations and assessment as it pertains to the stolen property, as it affects the current progress of base game Wilds and base game Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance progression. So at this time, since I mentioned travel, I will also be announcing that I will be portaling out of Stories 1 and traveling to Planet Earth 2026 to attend the Tenjin Matsuri Dedication Hanabi and the 48th Ashiya Summer Carnival Hanabi, scheduled for public viewing in the coming weeks, even though time is relevant. Post the conclusion of this episode and should be making my way as the pilot towards the original Trinity to gather at Capcom Osaka and assess the economic damages of not just Capcom Osaka, just Capcom Japan in general, and Japan in general, because again, their economy was affected dating back to 1997 to current. So that is very, very important. Just to let Capcom Osaka know, the pilot will be showing the Star Globe Industries paperwork at the door for entry as approved by Capcom Global Headquarters. Alexio from Italy should be escorting the pilot throughout the facility. In many ways, removing those documents from the official members of the Monster Hunter Wilds development team unlawfully delayed the scientific advancement of Capcom, Star Globe Industries, the American people, and of course the Japanese people. This is why it's elevating to the international level, and this compounding effect caused by the assailants affected world scientific advancement by 29 years. And as a result, the proud and strong US economy took record hits throughout the planet Earth year timeline of 1997 to present date, as time is relative, due to the assailants using the stolen data for their own mischievous plans, which also is being factored into my initial ownership final assessment. Because again, this is science, and science is very serious. It's very serious. I take this seriously. International offenses should be taken very seriously. And I will say this, as it pertains to Mr. Rhodes, yes, he's on probation. However, he should be allowed to, I guess, normally function to a degree until we can get some stuff figured out. Because in many ways, I have came to an understanding that we will have to revisit some previous laws that were passed. There's some patches, and there's some time gaps. So I will have to explain the time gaps before I get to the assessment. So that is a very, very important part of this playthrough. And I will say what time gaps I'm talking about. So for just the public, just viewing knowledge for the kids, the younger audience, I will just let you all know there was a time in present day Earth's history that did not have Google. I know, gasp. I know, Google didn't exist. I know, it was crazy. There was no Google. Actually, at the age of 4.5, and this would probably be a weird flex, but I got to see Google Alpha. Yeah, I got to see Google Alpha. When Google was basically in alpha. They showed me Google Alpha back in Planet Earth year 1997. Or it might have been 96. Either way. So yes, this is important because there is a time period where most of the record documents weren't digitized until you'd say maybe they didn't start getting digital. They didn't start making it online until roughly, I would probably say 2023 is when Google maybe started taking off commercially as far as worldwide reach. Because yeah, they were in alpha roughly around that time frame of 1997, and around that time I'm going to give a little bit more information on what happened with my scheduling, because I was motioning around as a 4-year-old, because again I do update Congress generally on science, and so that kind of became the nature of my work back then. It's changed now because I'm just the Emperor of the Forbidden Lands now. However, back then I was working heavily close with litigation back then, and there was a time where the assailants, because again the internet at the time was mainly, I believe, I want to say it was mainly AOL, America Online, dial-up, because this was before the year 2000. So it may have just been, I'm trying to think, maybe it was Navigator. Was Navigator a internet browser back then? I know Internet Explorer was in its sort of, I want to say infancy stages with Microsoft. So yeah, let's just say there was primarily 3 primitive internet browsers at the time, and Google was in alpha. And at the time, Google was actually, believe it or not to the kids, Google was supposed to be something of a like library search engine, because I believe at the time Bing was the premier search engine that was being pushed as more of the global search engine. And I believe that Google was in alpha and in direct competition with Bing, and also Yahoo as a search engine. But I believe Yahoo was more so finance and education, and Google was in alpha to be primed to be more so education, like a library search engine. And so at the time, I believe I was approached by Google, or some of the, I guess, early staff of Google, and they, I guess, asked me for a consult. And I just told them that if they wanted to expand, they should just get out and travel and go see people, because nobody necessarily knew who Google was at the time. They were in alpha, and I told them if they stayed local, then they would just get beat out by all the local competition. So it was just better for them to just, flap their wings and fly out and just go see the world and stuff. So that was roughly around 1997, and it might have taken Google some time to get going. However, at the time, that was also when I was sort of surfacing the idea of intellectual property legislation, which around the year, I want to say 2000, that was passed. And the reason why this is important is because back in 1997, before we split as Capcom staff members, my schedule was leaked, and this wasn't reported to the staff because they had already taken off to the meeting. And so before I left the original Trinity, we actually broke the lore work into 2 parts. We broke it into 30 years and 20 years because I initially drafted out 50. It's just Wilds took calculated back then, I believe we calculated 25 years for the entire planet of Wilds to be materialized as a virtual planet. That's what we calculated, and that's why everything took so long. That's why I had to draft out 50 years. And so once we made the games, did the calculations, tested everything in the lab and everything, Stories 1 was supposed to come with me. It wasn't supposed to be sold. Yes, it was supposed to be a game, but it was just supposed to be a game that I took home. It wasn't supposed to actually make it to the commercial market. That's why I said it was just a game for me. I was going to just port one copy, and then that was just going to be my indefinite, not for sale copy. Because again, the planet of Stories 1 is what I was interested in. It's the only source, to my knowledge, that exists in our world as a product of pure evolution. And I will give that explanation of what I mean by pure evolution. Because, yes, in many ways, the planet's planetary weathering system is turned off. Yes. However, and me assessing Stories 1 planet and also assessing the planet of Monster Hunter Wilds as it pertains to base game as a member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams, I can assess now that I've already assessed this in Wilds, by the way. That's why it's important to note that I have 1,987 hours of scientific hours in Wilds, because I'm now calculating those as scientific hours. That's important because the explanation will make more sense. I'm gonna come to the Darj Rock Bass. I think this is just a better setting. And so the reason why it's important is because pure evolution, right? When you talk about pure evolution, what is that? Well, like I said, it was my very first thought as a child. It came in as a what? Innocent thought with no corruption, nothing. And with that explanation for just the children at home and the younger adults, what I mean is in layman's terms, right? We always use the term that what? Your mind could be what? An empty glass. Well, that's what it is in a sense when you're a child and you haven't necessarily learned how to form and use your imagination. And so in my class, that is what I did. My imagination was an empty space. And then I concentrated all of my brain power in my evolution to produce a planet, which was essentially Stories 1 in my imagination space. And with this, because there was nothing there was no other thoughts, no other corrupting thoughts in that space, the thought of Stories 1 came in pure as my very first thought. It is pure. It is just a pure thought of evolution. And in that, it glows. It glows a very pure light sort of glow in my imagination. That is my very first thought, because your very first thought, many people cannot remember their very first thought in their lives. But yes, your very first thought, the reason why your very first memory, your very first thought as it pertains to the creative imaginative space is important, because should you capture that on paper and render it in the virtual space, then that thought being my very first one will be rendered as I cook it in my mind into pure evolution. And so yes, Stories 1 came in perfect, but it didn't come in perfect in terms of pure evolution. However, it is a pure evolution product, and what makes it a pure evolution product is the planet, of course, produces its own weathering atmosphere. So even though I may have turned off the planetary weathering system in areas, just the natural state of the ice glacial area produces the snow. That is something that's produced by the Stories 1 planet itself. That's not something that I, as the developer, have done. No, the planet itself is producing this snow. Yes, I can control and turn off other aspects of the weathering system. However, the natural state of being in the snowy terrain, as it pertains to the science, this is snow produced by the planet, and it functions as such. And that is the explanation as it pertains to Stories 1 and Monster Hunter Wilds, because again, I cloned Stories 1 and then I enlarged Wilds and then I sped it up billions of years. And the science as it pertains to Wilds is also a pure evolution product. And the reason why Wilds is special is because being inside of Wilds, I can assess as the scientist on the expedition working in Wilds as an official member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team, that the cocoons in Wyveria indeed produce their own life. I've witnessed 2 species come from the cocoons inside the planet of Monster Hunter Wilds, which is why I wanted to further investigate within the story of Monster Hunter Wilds, because that is very, very important as it pertains to the science, right? The science of evolution, because that is, to me, why I, if you want to call it, have my staking claim as a member of the original Trinity. And all of this is important in terms of my ownership final assessment later on, because I'm not done. This is just all a part of that. And with that, I will say that Wilds, of course, as it pertains to evolution, producing its own life, is ideally the second planet, technically third behind Stories 1. But it is the second planet next to our Earth life model, planet Earth, in our current time, as it pertains to producing its own life. And that is why the concept of multiverse, to me as a scientist, is the utmost importance in terms of what I study. I'm sure the other planets also, in their own ways, within their own designs, would be able to do the same thing, even though I believe World and Rise, I would have to reassess those worlds, which is why I would most likely have to assess with the team, because again, I was more involved in Stories 1 and Wilds in terms of the progression. However, the Assailants managed to hijack stolen property, and through their nefarious plans managed to capitalize on selling off stolen merchandise, stolen property of Capcom. And now I have to assess all of that in terms of the calculations, because again, Stories 1 to me was never to be sold, so its value will continue to be just not for sale, even though it has been sold. I've assessed in my own way that even though Stories 1 is my very first idea and it has been sold as a planet, I can simply clone the planet and then reimagine the original Stories 1 planet to look different than Stories 1 in my imagination. And that wouldn't change anything in terms of me working on future lore as it pertains to Stories 4 or anything. That's just me being the creator. I can do that. That's within my power of having the power of evolution. So that's no problem to me as it pertains to my business as the owner of Star Globe Industries. Now, the key piece in all of this, of course, is just how these documents, not just the documents, but the content of the Monster Hunter universe will be reassessed in the future when all of the development teams come together. So we will also be taking a trip And I did not do this in the previous record, so all of this is just brand new. The previous record that I've done made me come to realize that in this final episode, of course, and that's why all of this is very, very important, because yes, giving that explanation when you talk about it, right? When you want to talk about it, that is why I said in the Monster Hunter Wilds King of the King Gauntlet Challenge, when I spoke out to Capcom, that science is very, expensive. And for me, evolution is very expensive. And that's why I value this planet so highly. Because yes, the nature of my work back then, 29 years ago, was top secret, in a sense. However, now that I'm the Emperor of the Wildlands and Emperor of the Forbidden Land, in my final assessment, my initial final assessment, before I journey off, portal out to see the team, is to let you all know this as it pertains to scientific discovery. Because again, all of my YouTube content as it pertains to the video episodes are official source material to be used by the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams. However, Capcom staff generally is using this material, as well as the employees of Capcom as well, because it's an ecosystem, it's an infrastructure, right? And so we're going to be assessing all of that behind the scenes at the global headquarters meeting in the future. However, as the owner of Capcom, I take all of this into account when talking about and analyzing the initial assessment of the numbers later on, because I'm going to get to the numbers, but I have to continue to let you all know that this is a part of the nature of being the #1 scientist as it pertains to what I've done for the United States of America. Because yes, scientific discovery continues. It just doesn't stop. It continues. And that is a part of the heroic age. That is the question that was posed potentially to litigation in previous presidents of how can the current litigation or even future litigation of the United States agencies handle not just domestic threats, not just foreign threats, but potential adversaries as they pertain to the multiverse space. Because technology hasn't gotten us there yet. Of course, technology hasn't gotten us there yet, but as the nation #1 scientist for evolution, that was the nature of what I was assessing post eliminating chaos theory as it pertained to my initial assignment given to me by Congress back in 1997. So that all has been assessed within my final calculations that will later go on. I'm just letting you all know that I've made these calculations already. So, before I get started, I would just like to remind the public that in the future, I will be doing the playthroughs for Monster Hunter Stories 2, Monster Hunter Stories 3, and Dragon Dogma 2, because I have been sponsored to play those games as well. However, in terms of assessing, and as you've seen in the trailer, I am still working with the original Trinity. As I said in the first couple of episodes, the nature and role of our jobs as members of the development team, we do different things, but we're coordinating with each other. So as you all see in the Capcom Spotlight that was recently released and shown, that I have the support of the original Trinity. And we're canonized Stories 1 with Stories 3 now, and all of that is a part of the season finale package deal in this contingency episode. So the future episodes will be more so geared towards pushing the story content as it pertains to analyzing the lore. It's just right now we as the team have to come together and assess the first 8 episodes as members of the original Trinity, so that we can then begin to assess not just the number side of things in terms of damages and calculations, but we can reassess how we're going to remedy the entire Monster Hunter franchise universe. Because unbeknownst to you all of this was what? By design. Yes, we knew there was a possibility that we could be attacked back then in 1997. We were assessing everything in a lab. And so the original Trinity and I agreed that the lore work, the 30-year lore work, would remain here with me. That was the lore work that I would use for school and education. And because Monster Hunter Wilds essentially would take 25 years to bring in anyways, in terms of the initial lore start, that was the first part of our scope as the development team in terms of the overall project. And with Wilds being successfully launched in Planet Earth year 2025, that ended the part 1 and part 2. Now, part 1 should have ended earlier in 2026, around the March time frame, which to us, we've been on a timer internally. Just note that we've been on a timer internally, because again, I wrote the entire 50-year lore work, so I know it generally by heart, if you want to call it that. And the other 20-year lore work was given to the Capcom staff, the other members of the original Trinity, when they went to file the trademark documents in Japan during Planet Earth year 1997. So the current producer of Monster Hunter Wilds, aka the current members of the original Trinity, are still in communication without necessarily being in communication through media, because we already know the plan. Like I said, key members of the official Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams, as well as key members of the Capcom staff in the labs back in 1997. We all know the new plan. We've assessed this because in many ways I gained a lot of notoriety with my attention, and news reached us back then that my schedule was leaked, potentially to the assailants. And that's exactly what happened. They found the window. They found the exact window where we would be split as a team. And 4-year-old me was so forward thinking that yes, the original lore work was supposed to come back to me. However, the original Trinity was going to work in the lab. Once the meeting had taken place, the assignment of the original Trinity was to come back to the lab, should everything go right. However, if everything did not go right, then the 20-year DLC work would be safe with the other team, because we had a decoy team. We had an entire contingency plan. Let's just say that. We had a decoy team. Yeah, we had a lot of stuff going. So when the decoy team got hit, we lost the lore work. And yes, I took a lot of flack, of course, as the scientist. The US military government gave me a scolding back then in 1997. However, as the scientist, again, we knew this. We knew there was a possibility of getting hit. It happens in business, as one would say. So we already had the contingencies built within the planets, each of the planets, in our own way. So yes, we will be assessing all of this as it pertains to what we will be doing at the global headquarters meeting. So I just want to let the public, litigation, and everybody know that in terms of Capcom Global, even though we took this big hit in terms of business and damages back in Planet Earth year 1997, we're still aligned in terms of the plan for the 20-year lore work. So we will be working all of this in the meeting in Osaka, and that's why I am comfortable. If the original Trinity is wondering why am I just being forthcoming with this as the owner, because we're going to end up having to change things anyways. Like I said in previous episodes, initially when we scoped this out back in Planet Earth year 1997, we scoped it out with the intentions of all of us being able to come back and work on the titles before they were even scheduled for commercial release. However, we, as all of the original Trinity on the international level, were locked out of the primary business aspects by the assailants and the previous owners of the stolen documents and work. And because of that, I've had to take that into account as the owner of Capcom in terms of my final initial assessment before I leave off to see the team. So I just want to remind everyone to please take the time right now to take breaks and make sure you're comfortable, because this is supposed to be an enjoyable watch. However, I have to give my final ownership property damage assessment to the United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office. And so, I can't do that here. As it pertains to future total ownership damage payout in terms of my portion of total ownership percentage within the Capcom infrastructure. Because yes, we're getting to that portion where we start to talk about the numbers, right? We're about to, yeah, we're about to get to that portion. All right. So, I wanted to come here because this is gonna be where generally, let me see. Yeah. Usually I go to the stable. Yeah, we will have to assess character names and stuff. I'm just walking around right now. I'm just taking a moment to breathe. So yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a moment to just stretch and everything. I'm not gonna go into it quite yet. I'm just gonna continue because again, this is a part of the initial scope to go around and just look at the environment. So we will be looking at all episodes. We will be looking at all episodes, of course. So yeah, I want to make sure I'm doing this and giving the team time to just make their own assessments wherever they're at and continue to make their assessments, because I know everything is going very, very fast. Because all of this has to be assessed with the expectations of, yes, Monster Hunter Stories 3 has potential DLC now announced by the team that is coming from Stories 1. And that is very important to me as the original creator, because I want to make sure that that DLC content is assessed well. Because all future content now will have to necessarily be reevaluated and assessed by all teams. So this is kind of like a shout out to all hands. Like we're gonna have to assess stuff. So yes, that was recently announced in the Capcom Spotlight. So I am showing that because again, the pilot should be assessing everything with everyone anyways. And I would rather, we kind of wait on it, like anything future beyond that. Of course, we're going to be talking behind the scenes anyways, but I would rather we kind of wait in a sense. So yeah, this is good. I want to change it up for litigation because we're still going to be doing litigation, but I understand, for the public, this is supposed to be an enjoyable playthrough showing. So we're going to come this way. And now I will be giving the final Star Globe Industries Capcom ownership assessment. Okay, So with that, I'm gonna take a moment to pause and probably take a drink of water and everything. So again, everybody make sure you're stretching and everything. I'm gonna take a small stretch break really quick, and then we will get going. All right. Okay, here's the moment everyone has been waiting for. I will begin by saying to the United States Patent and Trademark Office, I am a first-time trademark owner. So I would just caveat, as a newer business owner, this has taken me a lot of time to factor and calculate everything as it pertains to how I have been affected as the owner of Capcom, head of Capcom Global and Capcom America. At the time and of the incident, and now as an owner of Capcom, excuse me. Let me pause and back up. And now, as the owner of Star Globe Industries and winner of 2 Capcom Undisputed World Championship titles, the Japanese Capcom Emperor of the Forbidden Land title, and the Star Globe Industries Capcom Undisputed World Champion Emperor of the Wildland American title, it is very important I note this now, because I do not see headlines. I do not see, of course, the media, just generally me nor the pilot. So I'm just gonna let y'all know I'm just in a blackout. Like we're all working in a blackout right now. So just to let the public know, should y'all engage me and y'all see any headlines, I do not see any media headlines. So y'all are just seeing whatever's going on in the media. I have absolutely, since the start of this entire investigation, and not just this entire investigation, since me winning the Undisputed World Championship, I have not seen a single media headline. I generally live under a rock. Let's just say that. This is just my own ownership on the Star Globe Industries side. This is my own calculations as it pertains to my own legalities. So I just want to let you all know that, because I know there will be headlines from what I say as an owner of Capcom and Star Globe Industries. So I know there will be headlines, and of course the public, the news, and a lot of you know, the business will be reacting. But I just want to let you all know that I'm assessing this, so I'm aware. I'm already aware. All right, so this is how my deal is set up from 1997, when the Monster Hunter Wilds original paperwork was filed by the producer of the game in Japan. Because the reason why we're the original Trinity is because essentially each of us took a pie. Let's just say that. Each of us took a pie, like a triangle, of 100% ownership of Capcom, the Japanese corporation business. So in terms of calculating the value of everything as it pertains to the numbers from Star Globe Industries ownership assessment of Capcom as it pertains to the total ownership of Capcom, I will lay out the simple flat ownership items and percentages of the items as it pertains to the year in transaction obtained. And what I mean by that is I'm only giving my solo assessment as a owner of Capcom. I know there is 100% of total ownership. I do not know who may be the other owners in terms of percentages. I just know as it pertains to what I have transactionalized since 1997, this is the understanding as it pertains to what was filed by the producer of Monster Hunter Wilds as a member of the official Monster Hunter Wilds development team to the government of Japan back in 1997. This will be very important because in terms of accurately calculating the future damage payouts, the 1997 filed documents, I believe, are retroactively paid to the rates of what the yen to US dollar rate would be of that planet Earth year. That is set within the litigation of those original documents. That is another reason why I will be assessing this, and we will be assessing this at the Capcom Global Headquarters meeting. So I just want to let litigation know as it pertains, because this is now getting in, again, this is the international scope assessment at the Capcom Global Headquarters office. I do not have that information currently, as I am billions of years in the past as it pertains to base game planet Monster Hunter Wilds. However, those will be uncovered like I previously said, and we will be able to further calculate the damage assessment as it pertains to Capcom globally as a whole. So right now, this is just, I guess, my pie assessment as it pertains to being a owner of Capcom. I'm just noting this early because this is just the initial assessment, and you know, to the public wondering why do I keep, I guess, motioning in this fashion, is because this is just the initial assessment. This is just what I'm saying as the owner of Star Globe Industries per inventory of everything that I have transactionally either signed or agreed to gain ownership within the Capcom infrastructure. This is my assessment of my percentages, and my initial deal as a member of the original Trinity should just be 1/3 ownership of Capcom. And I will explain why in a moment. So yes, I'm just noting all of this in this initial final ownership assessment of the entire Monster Hunter franchise universe, because the property, the stolen property, was damaged, neglected, poorly maintained by the previous owners of the property, and now that the scope is international, and Judge, this is where I'm letting you know, I'm just bringing all of this to the forefront as a newer trademark owner. Because again, this process is brand new to me. As a trademark owner, it's brand new to me. So I want to make sure that my assessment is fair as an owner, because it's very important. Numbers are very important, and it's important that we get everything lined out right. So I just want to make sure I'm assessing everything correctly in this initial assessment. And of course, once I get towards the other owners, I will be assessing my numbers and comparing my numbers to their numbers, and we will be getting like the global numbers of what the payout could potentially look like as it pertains to on our side over the years. Right now, I'm just giving the initial. This is the initial, because there will be a final later, but this is the initial as it pertains to the international scope broadening. All right, First, I will start with total ownership. Monster Hunter Stories 1, as I previously mentioned, was not for sale. It was supposed to be a take-home copy. I was supposed to just print out one copy of the game. Of course, we were going to continue to work it, but in terms of just commercial copies, it was only supposed to be one copy. Now, granted, the fans lucked out. Like, the fans lucked out. The fans really won, as they would say. And how everything transpired. The fans won, as the kids would say. So, yes, it was supposed to be a not-for-sale copy, but I was supposed to basically take it, and whenever the 3DS came out, I would pretty much have a not-for-sale, non-commercial copy of the game that I would be able to play, and no one would have access to it. Because, again, it is my first product of pure evolution and my very first thought as a human being ever. So I didn't want to put a price on evolution. Because, again, to put a price, to me back then, to put a price on evolution was to basically put a price on our Constitution. To me. But, of course, the business, thieves, assailants, stuff happened. My schedule got leaked. They found the perfect window to where I was just separate from the team, and maybe they showed up at the meeting because, again, I wasn't there at the meeting, which is why the meeting had to be voided, because as the owner of the Hunter IP and as a owner of Capcom signed, I wasn't there. So yeah, it's kind of, that's why I had to be voided. And that's the important part. That is the important part. So yes, this happened in 1997. Yes. Now, intellectual property, I believe, wasn't necessarily passed until 2000. And roughly around maybe 2001, 2002, I believe the previous ownership had filed whatever the international infinity deal, whatever that infinity deal was. I don't know the details of that deal, but I would just say that I'm assuming, and I use that word assuming sort of lightly because, again, I wasn't there at the meeting, so I can only assume that, you know, within the connection of the stolen lore work that was recovered previously in Planet Earth year 2026, should the data match up to what matched up back in Planet Earth year 1997, then the time frames of Planet Earth years 1998, 1999, Planet Earth years 2000, 2001, and 2003 should be thoroughly analyzed, because that is where there is a information gap, because I believe litigation started moving from, I want to say, archive paper copies towards digitalizing paperwork online. And so that's why any information that the kids are Googling today as it pertains to backdating 1997 and events that have gone on, there are going to be information gap holes, because, again, from my point of view, Google was generally an alpha around that time. So I just want to just let litigation know that, and of course the public know that. That's why, in a sense, like, I have to do this as my very first playthrough in the game, because a lot of this information, again, was secret information as it pertains to me being 4 in my assignment in science. However, now that I'm 33 and I'm a lot older, I don't necessarily care because I didn't get paid for any of it. So now in my assessment, you know, since I got paid $0 as an owner for the entire Monster Hunter franchise, and not just that, like, I've worked as a member of the original Monster Hunter Wilds development team. That's important. I worked, even though I may have been younger. I grew up, like, it was with the intentions of me growing up and pioneering science, because the 30-year lore work was supposed to come back to me, and then I was going to port one copy commercially for the 3DS of Stories 1 And then my work was supposed to work on Wilds. Wilds was supposed to be the future science child because, again, multiverse concept, and I was interested in the science of the planets being able to create their own atmospheres and breathe their own life. So yes, with the successful launch of Wilds, we launched the very first planet that can actually breathe its own life. It's unique. The Odegaron and I believe the Fulgur Asenath have came out of the cocoons. And that's what I've analyzed with all 1,987 scientific hours. Because again, that's why I'm saying the hours. This is science. It's very serious. And it's very, very important with new scientific discovery and advancing technology. So yes, this is stuff that I'm actually considering for like my graduate master thesis now. Because with taking, you know, back the Hunter franchise IP, and as time is relevant, you know, working towards my graduate master's degree, I'm now evaluating this, since the nature of my work within my graduate master's degree is the nature of agriculture, veterinary, and rangeland sciences. So I am considering, you know, in terms of especially rangeland sciences, I've pretty much created 2 planets other than our Earth that have deserts that I could study and analyze as a scientist, evolution scientist for school. So I am taking that into account. That's another reason why Stories 1 was supposed to be a not for sale copy. So I have to give that, as it pertains to scientific discovery of the product, the value, right? When we talk about value and what something is valued, that's why it's highly valued. So yes, it was sold anyways, even though I said for Stories 1 to not be sold. And yeah, that cost, because when you talk about value, right, if Stories 1 doesn't have value, however Wilds does have value, and Wilds is cloned from what? Stories 1, and then it is expanded to be bigger and spun up to be billions of years in the future, and it maintains what, a 12 million player base to date, right? So when you talk about and evaluating that, back then it didn't have a 12 million player base. The base was just us, the development team. We were the player base, aka me. I was the player base back then. So the Wilds planet was sold to Capcom for 33% ownership of Capcom, because even though I wasn't going to sell Stories 1, I didn't necessarily care about Wilds in terms of value. So in terms of value, I sold it for basically 1/3 of Capcom, as it pertains to the following of 1997, which is where the yen to USD rates will apply later on when I calculate total ownership percentage by the year, since there was roughly 30 years worth of damages to the entire original lore framework and digital products. So yes, that's very important, because yes, I would be getting, in terms of final damage assessment and calculation payouts, as it pertains to the entire Monster Hunter universe franchise. This is everything from royalties to generally products, everything assessed as it pertains to the entire IP of Monster Hunter franchise from the time date of 97. I believe the original file documents, I would have to be retroactively paid to whatever the yen to USD rate is for that year of filing. I believe that is the international law as it pertains to damages and payout calculations. And that's why, as a newer owner, I've expressed this to the United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office, that I am assessing this. That's why I'm assessing this, and I'm wanting to make sure I'm assessing this fairly, because again, when it turns to payouts and everything later on in the future, I want to make sure that within my initial assessment, the final of my initial assessment, that I am calculating my solo percentages as a owner fairly as it pertains to the Capcom infrastructure. Because as of April 4th of 2025, after I won the Monster Hunter Wilds King of King Gauntlet Challenge, and more importantly, that video submission was to be, submitted to gain the undisputed world championship that was essentially on the line from Capcom. So upon winning that, because again, the Gauntlet Challenge was recorded on March 28th and I believe uploaded on March 29th and presented as a global challenge, right, to win the competition, and it concluded on April 4th of Planet Earth year 2025, which means that essentially upon being verified for validity and everything, and upon the announcement of winning, that should have been when I started as a member of as an official member of the development team, since I had been one at the age of 4. So at that point in time, right, because at this time I'm still going to be calculating damages as a 33% owner. However, what happened when I won was I gained a Undisputed World Championship. I gained the official Capcom Undisputed World Championship, Emperor of the Forbidden Land title, and a clone or a duplicate copy, exact copy of that Undisputed World Championship title, because of how domestic and international boundaries work with trademarks, and because one trademark can't overtake another, a clone duplicate Undisputed World Championship title was created for Star Globe Industries as inventory, and that inventory title was named the Star Globe Industries Capcom Undisputed World Championship title, Emperor of the Wildlands. This is very important, because in terms of gained inventory ownership, to my knowledge, the Undisputed World Championship titles give a total ownership percentage of the brand by a calculated value of 100% ownership. And I own both titles, right? So I own the Capcom Undisputed World Championship title, Emperor of the Forbidden Land, and then I own the Star Globe Industries Capcom Undisputed World Championship title, Emperor of the Wildlands, which each should give individual weight of 100% ownership of Capcom. This is why I'm getting the math right? Because now you're following where I'm going with this, Judge. You're following where I'm going with this. This is why I said earlier, I'm a first-time trademark owner. Conducting this assessment, I want to make sure I'm fair in my assessment to say I am, indeed, as it pertains to present day Earth year 2026, both the pilot and the virtual canon character, that I am in total a 233% total owner of Capcom as it pertains to Star Globe Industries ownership of Capcom. The yen to USD rates of the Undisputed World titles should reflect the payout rates of, I believe, Planet Earth year 2025. However, the 1/3 rate of ownership should stay the same, and I want, again, clarity that I've assessed this fairly. Even though this is a video, I just want to let the judge know that this is how I assess total Capcom ownership as it pertains to all of the current inventory for ownership. as a first-time trademark owner. Because that is very important. Before we can get to assessing the future payout, right? Because once I have managed to coordinate with the team, get their ownership assessments and everything like that, then yeah, we'll piece the pie together. But right now, I'm just assessing my inventory of what inventory items I currently possess as the owner of Star Globe Industries as it pertains to my total ownership of Capcom. So that is very, very important to make sure that that assessment is indeed what? Fair. That's why I'm letting the judge know that this is what I've assessed in terms of currently my my end of total ownership of Capcom as the owner of Star Globe Industries. Wrong place. But either way, it doesn't matter because I'm here to assess this as well. So this is also part of the assessment in terms of the lore and things. So, you know what? We'll just go in here to the experimenting area. Okay. Actually, no, wrong spot. It's the other door. Change up the scenery. Okay, perfect. I'll just do this. I'll come here. Change up the scenery a little bit. Alright. Just to recap. The understanding of the final initial damage assessment calculation before taking full ownership of the Monster Hunter franchise. Currently, from my perspective as an owner, I'm assessing that 33% of total ownership damages from the stolen property of 1997 will retroactively be paid out to the 1997 yen to USD rates as it applies to all damages from Planet Earth year 1997 to Planet Earth year 2026, since the initial stolen property did belong to the official Monster Hunter Wild development team of 1997 as it pertains to Capcom. 200% of the total ownership damages from the stolen property of Planet Earth year 2025 will retroactively be paid out during April of 2025 at those yen to USD rates as it applies to all damages of the Monster Hunter franchise universe, as well as factoring the 1,987 scientific work hours I've spent as an official member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team, scaling up base game to a state of being capable of handling and accepting the 20-year lore work of DLC as it pertains to moving parallel towards the Ascendance release of 2027. I will conclude my assessment by saying that originally when the original Trinity formed, the ownership was broken up into 3 pieces, and I have not sold any of my ownership of Capcom in the time I've been an owner since 1997, and this should be factored towards the future final damage payouts of the entire Monster Hunter universe upon the conclusion of the total investigation. To the United States Patent and Trademark Office, again, I am still a new owner, and I'm just wanting to outline my total ownership of Capcom before I travel to meet with the other owners at the Capcom Global Meeting in terms of my assessment of how Star Globe Industries will receive payments for total property in the future caused by the assailants. I will now end the initial final assessment, and that should be all I have currently before I portal out to go convene with the rest of the development teams. So now I will be saying that the pilot should be meeting with the others. Because again, this is most likely going to be a delayed upload from Capcom Global. So that's to give the pilot time to maneuver after portaling out without having to worry about safety in a sense, because I'm taking every precaution for the pilot to, of course, maneuver and get to the team safely. So we're making sure we're taking every precaution as well. So yes, the pilot should be meeting with the other members of the original Trinity to discuss their assessment as it pertains to the 1997 stolen Capcom property and Planet Earth Year 2026. Again, I want you all to stretch, make sure you're drinking water, make sure you're staying healthy, because yes, that has concluded my end of the litigation, and I just want to let the public know that we will now get into more of the combat and enjoyable watch portions of the game, because today's episode, which is, you know, if you're just tuning in, if you happen to be tuning in, I just want to say welcome. Thank you to the fans. Love the fans. Welcome to the 12 million player base. I know lots of numbers, lots of calculations, but yeah, I believe I should be calculating that Star Globe Industries total ownership of Capcom present day, with both world titles factored as well as the initial development team agreement, should be total of 233% total ownership of Capcom as it pertains to Planet Earth Year 2026. So I know I said a lot of stuff, but in many ways that's also why the official currency of Star Globe Industries is free, and as well as a member of Capcom America, why I have been sponsored by Capcom to do this initial assessment as an official member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams. Because yes, we already knew we were gonna get hit. Like, in many ways, we knew we were being targeted, because even though I may not have Kai Cenat motion, back then I had a little bit of motion with Congress, and with that I was motioning around with my mom at the time, and me being a child, my schedule was readily available to the public. But this was before the internet, so it was kind of like, I believe it was like posters or whatever. They just put my dates out there, and I guess the assailants found a way to see where I would be and see where the team would be, and they saw there would be a split, and they took advantage of the moment we would be split, because they know that there's no shot I would let anybody negotiate to sell Stories 1. But of course, the deal went south and the lore work was stolen as it was ported back then. So yeah, I ended up having to just go independent, and I just moved with the intentions of picking up my work with, of course, Star Globe Industries. But at the same time, that's when I started to look into other universes, because for myself, I knew I had proven multiverse with the creation of Stories 1 and Wilds. The problem was I was locked out of ownership for roughly 30 years before I knew the old lore work would essentially fall off and I would be able to contest and do my damage assessments and everything. So it did take some maneuvering, some application of myself, a lot of discipline for me to maneuver and continue to apply myself as it pertains to the science. However, that was already planned by the staff. We already took those risks into account, and that's why we set up the universe to basically canonize itself. In the event that anything happened to any of us, the products were pure evolution. They could canonize themselves. It's just we didn't factor in that all of the products would be taken. We just factored in that the initial lore work would be taken. I didn't factor in that, like, the entire universe would actually be hijacked in terms of all products. And that's where things got very, very bad in terms of the initial assessment. However, we still factor that in, we still factor it in. It's just, we had also planned to, we planned to come back and work on the games. I had planned to, even though Stories 1 was perfect as it pertained to its initial development, it wasn't perfect in terms of its commercial release. Yes, it looks amazing. It does look amazing. However, assessing just mechanics and everything, the game needed to be refined. However, the reason why I'm not necessarily mad at this is because in its unrefined state, it was cooked to be perfect. So I would rather have it back as it pertains to ownership in its unrefined, untampered state, because previously, as I mentioned, the title has not seen any changes. I'm 33 years old now. The title has not seen any changes since I initially played it, or I initially designed it at the age of 4. So that tells me roughly 30 years of neglect has fallen upon the title. So in terms of value and calculation, in terms of years of neglect of Wilds, yeah, that would be the same to be applied in terms of the payout for Monster Hunter Wilds as it pertains to my solo owner payout. Because I know there are other payouts for the other Monster Hunter franchise titles, but I'm just assessing in terms of my ownership what I believe to be just my transactionary influence. Even though I created the world, and that's the other reason why in this assessment I will be looking at the final in-game cutscenes and cut screens for my name, because I believe that my name wasn't necessarily added to the final. Well, I know my name wasn't added. My actual pilot name was not added to the final build of Wilds. I believe the Assailants and the previous owner removed my name from all products, and they should not have done that. That is essentially, as a official member of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development teams, that was also a part of the crime too. They weren't allowed to remove my name as an original owner. So yeah, I'm checking to see that piece in terms of damage and properties, because I had to face questioning by the public as the undisputed world champion of why they couldn't find any ties to my name as it pertains to all of the products in the Monster Hunter franchise universe. And because of that, I suffered psychological damage as well. I suffered mental damage, emotional damage as well throughout this entire process, and that is being calculated and factored. I know I said the initial assessment was over, but I'm still assessing in terms of how I will then engage and assess how the rest of the Capcom staff and Capcom family, the original Trinity, were affected in terms of their own damages, their own physical, mental assessments, because again, I wasn't at the meeting. So if anybody was hurt, if anybody was psychologically affected as it pertains to this entire investigation, then I will be assessing that as a first-time owner of Capcom and an owner of Star Globe Industries. So I just want to say thank you all again. If you're tuning in, this is the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Episode 8, the original Trinity. And once again, thank you Capcom for sponsoring this video. Yeah. Smile for the camera, kids. All right. Oh, and I will give like a small PSA. I will give a small PSA in a bit because I will be addressing the fans. So I'm going to go and address the fans likely in a different location because I do have a notice for my OG fan from 1997, as well as all of my OG fans out there, and of course all the fans of the 12 million player base, but more importantly to the business inquiry fans. Yes, so I have realized that on my official channels as it pertains to my Star Globe Industries YouTube channel and my Star Globe Industries official Twitch channels, that I have not updated, I guess, my information on business inquiries. So now I know for a fact that the Star Globe Industries Twitch app channel has my business email now for serious. I'm talking about serious business inquiries only, because I know I'm in a 12 million player base, and you know, some of the base like the troll, but I'm just letting y'all know science is serious, and this is for serious business inquiries only, because like I've already said, I'm looking to retire. So like I'm gonna be working as a developer, but in terms of like commercial success, I'm fine. Like I'm planning to go to New Zealand. But if people want me to make public appearances, it's fine. I know to the public and everything, y'all are getting the news and y'all are unsure of what you can talk about, what you can't talk about as it pertains to fair use laws. You're allowed to talk about evolution. That's why it's public information. Like now, even though we're using it as a official source for the games of Ascendance as we apply our work as the public, this is what? Current news, current world news. Star Globe Industries is the official news channel. So what do you do with world news, current world news? I have international jurisdiction. So yes, you can talk about Star Globe Industries news as it pertains to Capcom. I'm not gonna come after you. Like, I'm just talking about like to the content creators or whoever. You can talk about it. I'm not gonna come after you. Like, it's just as it pertains to the applied science aspect of things. Yes, fair use laws. You can talk about current world news as it pertains to science. That's a current. I believe that's applied in fair use laws. You're allowed to talk about evolution as it pertains to education and science. That's why I said this is scientific discovery, multiverse, all of that. You can talk about it. You can talk about it. Like, I don't know what business deals others are in that may be limiting them to talk about it in terms of NDAs or whatever, but to the American public and to the world public, you can talk about evolution. It just has to be as it pertains to fair use in educational like means. But in terms of taking the applied science and using it like without the necessary certifications and everything, yeah, we're not there yet in terms of the technology and science. And I believe that's probably gonna go, that's probably where I'm gonna go with Mr. Rhodes. I think I'm just gonna have to create like an evolution permit for him, something that just like doesn't necessarily give him ownership, but it gives him the ability to use it legally while he's on probation. So that's why I say he's on probation. Like, please don't put him in jail or anything. He's on probation. I just know that like we're still working how litigation works as it pertains to evolution. And yes, I do have the field, but I can create evolution products that can be dispersed by the free market trading system that would allow the legalities for like people to just use evolution applied. That's not hard. It's just, again, litigation gotta pass that type of stuff. And I don't have the call to do that. But I can bring it to the floor, yes. That's, you know, that's up to y'all of how y'all want to proceed about things. I'm just a scientist. So yes, today's episode will also be going over channeling. I apologize for the abrupt noise But yes, we will be going over channeling as well. So I'm doing a bit of combat just so y'all can just see how tanky I am now. I'm a lot tanky, so I'm happy that I managed to gain some armor. So that's what was done in the previous 3 hours segment. I just felt like in the previous episode I was very, very weak and I did no litigation. So all of this would be brand new. Y'all didn't miss out on anything, I assure you. In the previous failed upload launch. Think of it as like potentially a small rocket that just failed. It was a fail fire. Because again, this is experimental science. Sometimes the science will fail. And I just have to let y'all know that beforehand. That none of the lore or any of the continuation of the storyline has been affected. It's just after the Omnibomb was emitted, I realized I started having technical difficulties because all the power that I used with my Undisputed World title and my Sonic Racing Crossworld powers went into deploying the Omnibomb. And because of that, towards the end of the last transmission, I was losing power here at Capcom Global. So it really did take 29 years for me to plan that contingency attack. And that's why I can hit her with the Emperor Sky High Dive. For the Monster Hunter Wilds fans out there, I will let you know, as you can see with the Emperor Sky High Dive, you know, that's Ratha's special move, right? So if you know the quest for 8-star Rathalos and 8-star Guardian Rathalos, that is a event quest in Wilds. I believe it's the 8-star rank quest. The Guardian Rathalos in that quest is a gold crown. That is the strongest current version, I believe, in base game Wilds of Guardian Rathalos. And when you fight Guardian Rathalos, right, and Guardian Rathalos gets enraged, Guardian Rathalos' talons start to glow, and then the move becomes what? The move becomes the Sky High Dive. You'll actually watch Guardian Rathalos go up in the air and then come down with his talons and dig them into the ground, and then do the I believe it's like the Wyvern-esque explosion. But yeah, that animation, as you can see, like as you see in that game and this game of Stories 1 are generally the same animation. So yes, in many ways we were forward thinking in that aspect for crossover gameplay in terms of the species. So we did that for the fans, because again, this game was supposed to come out in Planet Earth year 2020, actually 2016, excuse me, Planet Earth year 2016, and ahead of the, again, I specified this in episode 1, the reason why I'm doing this ahead of October is during October is going to be what? The 10-year anniversary of Monster Hunter Stories 1. So I'm doing this ahead of time as the owner to prepare for the 10-year anniversary of Monster Hunter Stories 1. So we will be talking about that at the global headquarters meeting, which is why that is being highlighted in the Capcom spotlight now, because we want to assess, reassess, and evaluate everything before we start making many serious business transactions and motions in the future. So I just want the public and just litigation to also know that like that is another reason why within the final episode 8, the original Trinity, I'm doing all of this during this episode right now, because episodes 1 through 7 by contingency were simply to thwart the bad guys. And now in a damage assessment, I'm giving my portion of being a solo Capcom owner as it pertains to what the other owners will give in the future in the other assessments. So this is just my initial assessment because again, this video is sourced as, you know, my initial playthrough as it pertains to the contingency. Now I want to try to do a mid-aerial battle here. I want to see if I can actually prompt a mid-air battle because that can happen as well. I don't know how it happens, but it can happen. And so, as you may know, is both Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wild Ascendance development teams. I just use a Fleet Foot potion, and in the failed record, I came to realize that there are other potions that we created. And so, yes, the Fleet Foot potion, which is different than Dash Juice. Dash Juice works off of stamina, whereas the Fleet Foot potion should be working off of player movement speed. So we will have to be reevaluating and re-engaging and reassessing the future update, also known as Free Title Update 5, because we're now assessing Free Title Update 5 or any free title update now as both members of the Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendant development teams. So I just want y'all to know a lot is going to change in the future. A lot is going to change. Like the double attack. Because I really want you all to see the remaster version. I don't know if I'll be able to do it this year because of graduate school and, you know, having to travel and then also having to plan out Capcom America's headquarter office location, and then we gotta plan out Capcom Global's headquarter office location, and then I gotta plan out Star Globe Industries headquarters office location, and then there's New Zealand office location. There's just a lot for me to plan within the next year. So yeah, that's why I'm reassessing my current graduate school masterwork as it pertains to what I will be defending for my master's degree once graduate school starts for me as the pilot in the coming month, as it pertains to time, because again, time is relative to where I am billions of years in the past as it pertains to Monster Hunter Wilds base game, as we continue to assess globally now the status of the game as we parallel scale up to Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance, scheduled for release in 2027. I know. It's a lot, kids. It's a lot. It's heavy. It's heavy stuff. But I gotta get done as a owner of Capcom. I have to get this done. That's why, in many ways, it was very unfortunate that the previous upload failed launch, but I didn't get any of this information in the previous one. So, yeah. Everything happens for a reason, and maybe the higher power felt like I should have failed, in a sense. So I did also just want to show other creatures for my Raytheon enjoyers, because that's the other thing that I have to assess. Is this was supposed to just be an initial sort of to the development, and again, these titles were supposed to be refined. So I was supposed to come in and refine Raytheon, in a sense. I was supposed to be able to refine all the beasts, but it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And this is actually a really big Raytheon, so this is great. So I just want to show, you know, for my Raytheon enjoyers out there, that I will be looking at just everything. We're going to be looking at everything. And then I'm going to go assess the board as well, because again, I want to understand genes and ritual rights. So I'm going to be fighting these beasts to be forcing them back to their dens. I want to be forcing them back to their dens. Because again, this is supposed to be the season finale. So I'm not going to be giving you all lore work. This is going to be gameplay because this will be the end of Season 1. So if you're tuning in, welcome to the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Episode 8, the original Trinity. And I am a representative of Capcom America. Welcome to the Heroic Age. And thank you, Capcom, for sponsoring this video, as well as sponsoring Monster Hunter Stories 2 and Monster Hunter 3. Be sure to check out the Monster Hunter Stories 3 DLC. Make sure you check it out because it's going to be really, really good. And by the time we get to Monster Hunter Stories 3, I will definitely be connecting with Rudy. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What level are we? Okay, we're at level 1. Now, we're not going to do the sky high dive, but that's what I wanted to show you all. So the science behind that, right? The science behind that was as a 4-year-old child, again, when we were testing out the developmental, experimental Omnibomb, I was very, very intrigued as a military brat because my mother was first generation in the family, United States Air Force, and of course I'm second generation United States Air Force. And because of that, I love and am fascinated in dogfighting. And that is where the science and the influence came from, the aerial sort of combat that I want to incorporate in Monster Hunter Wilds. Because yes, as a 4-year-old child, I even incorporated aerial dogfighting as a concept, as a initial concept. So that is another reason why I'm happy in the sense that yes, even though Stories 1 was sold, and even though it was neglected for roughly 29 to 30 years by the original owners, or not the original owners, excuse me, the previous owners that just took the work from us, the original owners. There we go. They took the work from us, the original owners, in an attack on just Capcom staff in general back in Planet Earth year 1997 with the recent successful test of the Omnibomb. I'm happy to say that, yeah, 4-year-old me was forward thinking in that regard of how combat will play out. However, that was more of like the air attack was more, it needed to be worked a bit more because I wanted to get to a place in terms of gameplay of moving from just the stagnant on the ground battles as when it came to Stories 1 gameplay. Because again, I was going to come back and do what? Cook Stories 1. I was going to cook Stories 1 all the way until the 2016 release. So yeah, the world was supposed to be even better because again, it was my very first thought ever in life. So the pure evolution of Stories 1 is always going to be my highest valued memory, property, or whatever as it pertains to how I see it in regards to the science as a scientist. So that is why it took me 29 years and I stopped at absolutely nothing to get it back because of course the fans who stole it, the previous owners wouldn't know the value of it. The nature of the work was secret, but now that I am the emperor, in a sense, I don't care to share that information to the public. Plus, I want credit for scientific discovery. Especially for the concept of, you know, proving multiverse and, you know, multiple parallel universes. I would love that scientific discovery, since I'm continuing my work to, I guess, one-up Charles Darwin, since that's whoever they compared me to in terms of related scientists. So yeah, I'm gathering eggs to understand the science of channeling right genes, because that essentially may just be what we do for just a large portion of this episode. Again, this is for the fans, this is for everyone to enjoy. We're going to be evaluating a lot, so that's why I'm giving y'all a lot of combat, because I want to talk about more of what I'm looking to assess more once I get with the team. And of course, we're going to be assessing this combat as a team together, because we're going to be looking at everything. But when we talk about Monster Hunter franchise works like Monster Hunter Worlds, Monster Hunter Rise, but not just those titles, Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter 2, Monster Hunter 3, Monster Hunter, I believe, Generations, Monster Hunter 4, Monster Hunter 4 Generation, all the different variants of Monster Hunter franchise titles, as well as Monster Hunter Frontier. They were all affected in damages as it pertains to the entire universe. It's just my influence in those were just limited as the developer, aka the original creator, the world builder. But even still, I should get full ownership credit as a 1/3 owner of Capcom retroactively from 1997 as it pertains to accreditation for all of the titles, because I am the original IP owner. So yes, my name should have been added into all the final credits, but again, the business was hijacked by the previous assailants that took it. And we were supposed to come back and finish up the products, and then I would then add my name, because again, I was 4 years old and we were supposed to work everything, but because they got a read on my schedule, I never made it to the meeting, and the team went with the contingency plan of just leaving the country safely at the time to protect the other half of the assets. Because again, all of this was by design. We had a plan A and a plan B. The plan A worked out, everybody come back to the lab, everything go right. And yeah, if the decoy team got hit, then they knew to just protect the assets as they pertain to 1997 Capcom, and then we would assess in the future of how we would go about handling everything. So that's why I want to just state now that Star Globe Industries, by my assessment and my fair assessment, just by total ownership of Capcom as it pertains to not just the Monster Hunter IP, but essentially, like, you know, just all Monster Hunter products, that calculation in a sense is 233%, or 201/3%, because I believe residual rounding is 0.33, but you know, I'm just gonna say 233%, because that would just round down, and then it would just be dispersed out to, I believe, the other owners. So that's why we kind of got to bring back the pie and piece it together, because we've been away from each other for a very long time, and I mean, this is a part of it. So, oh, it's smelly with 100%. Okay, we'll take it. Yeah, this is a part of the initial scope assessment as the total owner of Capcom, and as the total owner of Star Globe Industries, because in a sense, this would be to the interest of the American people, because it would be to the ownership rates of both, and I believe the American people would get the retroactive rates of what I would receive, since I am the nation's #1 scientist, and I speak on behalf of the American people in this regards, as I am the party affected. So I believe the American people would receive the rates of whatever the original 1997 deal as it pertains to the damages and payouts as well. So that's another reason why, as a first-time owner, United States Patent and Trademark Governing Office, I want to make sure that I am making a fair assessment, because I'm making an assessment for all parties affected now in this 8th episode, and that would be the parties of Capcom, the parties of Star Globe Industries, and the parties of the American people, as well as the people of Japan, you know, the Japanese citizens that were also affected as well. So in terms of Capcom staff damages and everything. So we will be evaluating everything at the Capcom Global Headquarters meeting. So I just want to just let you all know that, again, it took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to sit down, crunch the numbers, go over everything, and really factor and consider how much of the entire Monster Hunter franchise universe, from the time of Planet Earth year 1997 to Planet Earth year 2026 in entirety, of how the total damage assessment may be calculated in the future, in the later on final assessment, which may either come from the Star Globe Industries official channel, or it will most likely be coming from the Capcom side media channels. Now that the official Capcom channel should have been lifted in terms of the no media leak order, recently lifted by myself in terms of litigation. So yeah, we will be evaluating all of this as a team. So now I just want to, we're gonna get into channeling rights. So I want to hatch some eggs real quick. So we got a bear off here. But yeah, we kind of need some fodder. That's why it doesn't necessarily matter. It doesn't necessarily matter because, okay. So what I want to do is we're gonna go base by base on all features, right? To a degree. So in the game currently we have all of these quests, right? All these quests do different things and have different beasts and different items. And so the initial intent of this investigation was to investigate all the items in Stories 1 that were implemented that may one-for-one match with what we have in today's present-day base game, Monster Hunter Wilds, as it pertains to the scaling of Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance, so that we can see what did not pass over into Wilds and what needs to be added into Wilds. And I'm going to be assessing this hopefully more in the future with the playthroughs, and try to get a gauge of everything that was affected, because again, all of this is essentially product merchandising and items. So I'm just going through each of them one at a time. I'm going to go through each of them a second time, because there are some items that are implemented that actually, did I just sort them? I just sorted them. So now I just counted. Okay. But yeah, I'm just going through it all, because we as a team will need to just see, and that's why I'm going slow, because there's a lot of creatures that need to be assessed. So this is a part of that assessment. So there should be some things to turn in, like there is a pitfall trap, right? So we have pitfall traps. I believe there is a trank trap, which is, again, items that, yeah, there's a trank trap, as you can see, that I created. So when I talk about creating a trank trap, I did at the age of 4. It just never made it into Wilds. so the team can see this. It comes from Sarios, but train traps are canon, and that's what I mean. We have to look at everything in a sense, because in many ways I got to go into the game's inventory and take a look at the train trap and how it can be incorporated. And then you have all of these bosses on this side, and that's what I'm starting to think of in terms of how I'm going to go about scanning all the content in the future as it pertains to future litigation, because I have White Monobos, Molten Tigrigs, Orochi Kirin, the Lunar Shadow. We're going to be looking at all of these behind the scenes, because I just know that I'm not going to have necessarily all the time in the world to continue to play Stories 1 with all of the future playthroughs that I'm going to have to do in terms of, I guess, the assessment. However, I will say most likely we will have the final assessment dished out. I'm not going to give a timeline. We will have it dished out hopefully in the future. So I'm just going through all of these quests real quickly to just show the Wilds fans all the different variant beasts that I initially considered, even the illustrious Azurathalos, you know. So yeah, I wanna look at everything. I wanna completely look at everything. So there's that with the implementation of the prayer pot, right? Because I do have the prayer pot here, and I want to implement this in Wilds, because again, the prayer pot, who do you think I'm praying to? Who do you think I'm praying to? This is supposed to be Diva. It's just Diva is supposed to be giving these as bonuses: training bonus, tracking bonus, gathering bonus, finding bonus, selling bonus, buying bonus, adamant bonus. This is supposed to be going to Diva. You're praying to Diva in Stories 1. It's just, where's Diva? Billions of years in the future. So these are supposed to be what we're supposed to power Diva's powers. So that's why I said we gotta look at Diva as well, because Diva currently doesn't give any buffs in Wilds. And now I'm starting to understand why Diva doesn't give any buffs during Wilds. Because yes, we were supposed to come back as a team and assess things back in 1997 and then continue to work on the titles. So in a sense, because there was 30 years of neglect, Diva didn't receive her powers from us because we were locked out. We couldn't work on it to get Diva her powers, because I would have to transfer her powers from Stories 1 into Wilds. And because, again, my schedule was leaked and the assailants found a way to cut us off, the work was neglected for literally 29 to 30 years. And that's why I'm saying to litigation that you will have to look at the years of, you know, that information gap year from Planet Earth year 1997 to Planet Earth year 1998, 1999, and 2000, because I believe around 2000, that's when intellectual property was officially passed. And then in 2001, the assailants and the previous owners waited roughly about a year after intellectual property passed to then file their intellectual property documents for everything. So that's where you would have to go into potential non-digital archives for the more detailed information as it pertained to what went on during those 4 years of Planet Earth's timeline as it relates to the assessments of everything within the litigation of the investigation. Because I know y'all are now doing your own investigation. I'm doing my own investigation as it pertains to the scope of my ownership as a owner of Capcom. But now my scope is now changing to shift towards the developmental role as a owner, because I'm gonna be assessing the rest of the ownership as it pertains to the original 1997 Japanese filing paperwork for ownership. Not the Undisputed World title, that came much later. I'm looking at the 1997 filing as it pertains to ownership and where ownership went in terms of the entire Capcom global ownership structure. So I will be looking at that as the Emperor. So I just want y'all to know that I will be doing that. Okay, so I believe the last portion should be assessing the feline hideouts, because there are feline hideouts planted, and I think that would be the last thing that I necessarily need to assess, other than I want to say we need to assess the blacksmiths. So I need to go and assess the blacksmiths. So I know I've been running around and giving the initial final assessment, or the final initial assessment, sorry. I'm giving the final initial assessment as it pertains to my initial scope of the first 8 episodes of the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Episode 8, the original Trinity. So, yeah, I'm going through it all right now. I'm just literally going through it all. I believe I just need to now manage the blacksmith stuff. So, let's go to Alvarax and we'll look at the blacksmith, and then I'll look at the blacksmith at Geo. Yes, because I need to assess that every blacksmith. Okay, so I can get Brute Tigrex armor, right? Okay. I do want the sword because I got a lot of items. Okay. Yes, I want to assess this. So, just to show y'all that, yes, I added different stuff. But when you talk about pure evolution, right? You see how the weapons have so much shine to them. They weren't polished. That's what I mean by pure evolution. It is a pure evolution product. That's why it looks like this. It's just pure. There's no corruption, no fallacies in the work. And that's why I cook Stories 1 constantly to be perfect as an initial foundation for perfect evolution, because that's why you're getting that texture shine. That's why Stories 1 just looks different than any other game. It does, because it's my very first thoughts ever as a human being, as a child. At the very beginning, the formation of my imagination, I created the Stories 1 planet. Now granted, I found a way to basically change the Story 1 planet to look better, but I have to go to the lab and I would have to pretty much clone the Stories 1 planet and then, yeah, create the new image planet of Stories 1 to essentially be the new planet. And then that planet will be ported as generally like a not for sale copy, because I do need to change the entire planet of what it looks like, or what it used to look like, to differ from Stories 1, because Stories 1 was sold. So just know future Stories 1 will change. It will be old Stories 1, but it will change and it will be given a completely new name. And I'm just doing that so that it will be used as a future model of how we will gauge Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance. So this will basically be the creator's world, or whatever I call it in the future. It won't necessarily be anything that the public will know about, but it will be most likely made public. It's just the public won't have access to it, because it will just be a standalone model that we as the team will use to talk about things, but it won't be commercially used, because it will just be Stories 1 Planet. I'm just gonna refine it, make it look beautiful, make it, you know, make it sparkle, make it shine as the original creator. So I've already thought about it, and I do want to do, I want to do this because Okay. Perfect. Because I like this. I like the Odyssey, but I want different armor. I do want to get the Keizu armor. Okay, so where... Yeah, so I just... Okay, so I have to find... Red Keizu. So, okay. Yeah, I would like to... Because I can change the color. That's the best part about the Keizu armor. It doesn't matter. You can change the color of either armor. So it doesn't matter if it comes in red. None of the colors matter, by the way. I just want, like, the fans to notice. None of the colors matter, because what happens when I bring in a new outfit? And I did that literally by design. So that, like, in terms of explorative options, none of the colors of what you see matters. Oh, that's what I need. I need to upgrade. Oh, I can upgrade the Limgombi armor. I can upgrade the Limgombi armor. I can do that. Interesting. I'm not going to. Okay. So now we need to go... I want to make sure that, like, items are... I'm just trying to check that items are region specific as it pertains to the shops. Because this smith should be... Where's the blacksmith? It should be region specific. So I want to just make sure, because again, we're going to be assessing everything. Like, well, yeah, we'll be assessing everything other than the quest board and everything. So where is the blacksmith? Let's see. Oh, he's over here. I just want to assess that. Real quick. So then I want to forge. Is it the same? Weapons. It might just be the same across the board everywhere. Because I think in this game, weapons are unlocked via quests. Like, upon slaying beasts, you unlock new quests, new weapons, new everything. Which is why currently I'm just taking the time to just make the initial final assessment. Or the final initial assessment. I'm gonna keep butchering, because eventually, like, once we do everything, there will be an initial final assessment, but this is the final initial assessment. So I apologize if I keep butchering that. It's getting confused in my head, I know. But yes, this is the initial final assessment. Yeah. Because the initial assessment is episode 1. That's me coming in to episode 1, brand new into the adventure, explain the expedition and everything, and just saying that, okay, yeah, I'm here to evaluate things. But now this is the initial final assessment, and essentially that's why this is the season finale, because this should be me tying up everything in a bow as far as my standalone solo ownership towards everything as it pertains to Star Globe Industries and Capcom, because yes, it's important for me to make my fair assessment now. So now I just need to go to, where is it? I want to say Volcano Settlement. I want to say I gotta go to Volcano. No, it's not Volcano Settlement. Trust Desert. I gotta go to Trust Desert. Where's Trust Desert? I gotta go to Trust Desert. I gotta see if there's a blacksmith here. I'm just trying to access and see where all the blacksmith locations. because I also designed Stories 1 to have multiple areas. These weren't supposed to just be the only areas. This was just the start to the staging ground for just Wilds and Stories 1. We were gonna build and make more areas and do more things. It's just, again, we gotta reevaluate and reassess because the business was affected, and now we're going to come together and look at how we're going to reevaluate the other 20 years of lore work that was gauged. And you're already starting to see the beginnings of that lore work surface in media as it pertains to, again, the Capcom spotlight, as you saw in the very beginning of this. That's where we're getting to. Monster Hunter Stories 1 is now officially canonized, which is why the Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team is now adding that into the factoring of the marketing for Monster Hunter Stories 3. So we are coordinating with each other. They're moving off of my lead and I'm moving off of their lead because that's how we coordinate as teams. Team members. So yes, all of this is just going according to plan. So this will most likely, I'll probably do 2 more and then I'll get into the channeling right portion. Actually, I need to get that boogie. We'll get into the channeling right portion and then I'll wrap up for closing. So, yeah, doing a lot. Is this Zebra? Alright, another boogie. I figured I would just do that real quick. And then, yeah, so I just want to also look at inventory, right? So these are all the different outfits. Peaches. But how you... And then, yeah, we got to look into just... Okay, this is hunting horn. So this is how you would get your hunting horn skills for the melody. So, yeah, for, like, your hunting horn fans, this, like, doing the question stuff is how you would get those skills for your character in the game. So that was the incentive for that. But we're going to be looking at all of this as it pertains to how we're going to incorporate in the future as well. So let's see. And then, yeah, these are all like the different items. So yeah, there's different key items, different things, as well as this is what I was talking about. So we have different items, different potions. You have the energy drink, right, that everybody is familiar with, which cures sleep. In a battle pouch. But in a battle pouch, this clears speed. Now, this again, this is Fleetfoot potion. This isn't dash juice. So I don't want people to think like I'm mistaking it for potentially dash juice. No, this is Fleetfoot potion. This is what I created for Stories 1 that would eventually be incorporated into Wilds, because again, even though they're the same planet, I incorporated specific items to be exclusively for Monster Hunter Stories 1, whereas other items would be exclusive for Monster Hunter Wilds. Wilds only ported in with 2 traps, in a sense, but I was already crafting other traps and trap ideas, which is why, let's see, can I take out the powder and let's do pitfall trap, and sure, what would I replace? Let's go shock trap. Sure, why not? Because in a way, I would have wanted to have adjusted these. I would have gradually wanted to have adjusted these as a owner in the past, but I just, again, the business was affected. So yeah, it didn't happen, and we're gonna have to consider this in reevaluation as well. So I just want that to be noted to the original Trinity, that like we will be looking at potentially adding certain items into free title update 5, because that's what we're assessing as well as a team, is how we're going to be doing free title update 5 in terms of, yeah, how we look at equipment, how we just look at everything. I guess I could, well, I like the Villa Spray because it allows, the ability Quick M allows me to move first. So I think I'm going to stick with that, but I do want to check out the Ravager Blade. I'm going to just switch back and check out the Ravager Blade, and then I think I'm still good. Reduce from, yeah, because I would like to get another Warlike. I like Warlike as the talisman. I think I want to add Warlike to Wilds, but I want to do something unique with it, because that's the other assessment, is how does the writer storyline play a key role into the evolutionary progression as it pertains to true evolution in our assessment of Monster Hunter Stories 1 and Monster Hunter Wilds parallel progression to Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance moving forward. So yeah, there's a lot that I am looking at, and a lot we will be looking at, but I just want to let newer players know that ahead of the 10-year anniversary of Monster Hunter Stories 1, I would like to just let you all know that even as a 4-year-old, 4.5 at the time, I was I did lay out all of the mechanics. So I did all of this, as well as the Capcom staff. Shout outs to, my OG fan from 1997 and her husband, who worked on everything with me in the lab. We did everything in the lab back then, but we even came up with the different combos. Actually, my OG fan from 1997, I want you to know the port scene that won me over. For many other fans who do not know, my OG fan from 1997 helped me with the port scene, and before the contracted work ended, that port scene was one of the last scenes in terms of the lore work, the cinematic lore work, in terms of like developing and producing the lore scenes that me and a lot of the OG staff from 1997 worked on, because I could not, as a 4-year-old, and I'm I was a perfectionist back then, but I could not get the character model. If you go back to episode 7, I believe, when Ratha gets introduced, in terms of the Hanabi episode, then you will see that like I had to get the character perfectly positioned in front of the nose of Ratha. Perfectly positioned. I'm talking about the character couldn't be slightly spaced to the left. The character couldn't be slightly spaced to the right. The character had to pop into place perfectly into position, and then run all the way around to jump on Ratha's back, basically, and fly up all seamlessly, all perfectly in that scene. That scene was one of, if not the last scene we completed as the OG Dream Team of 1997. So that's why that scene to me was so iconic, because yeah, the game was built technically out of order, so I was working things in different places, and so I put off the port scene to be last, because I actually started off with the port scene and I could not get it, for the life of me at the time, I could not get it to be perfect. I just could not get it to be perfect. So we ended up just drafting out and just doing every other scene in the game. It's coming back to me. We did every other scene in the game, and then on the final nights of when the game was going to go into the initial foundation, and that's kind of where like I was kind of getting that hurry up of, okay, we're about to go into a schedule split, And that's why I said my schedule leaked, so they knew how to hit us. So, you know, hindsight being 2020, it really was like, you know, 97 fourth quarter crunch time. And I just want my OG fan from 1997 to know that, yeah, we did it. We made it perfect. 4-year-old me, you know, the kid inside, when I saw the scene, I screamed. You know, I didn't, you know, it was of course being recorded, but little 4-year-old me inside did scream out in pure joy that the scene did come out, because I know we worked so tirelessly. We worked so tirelessly on the port scene with Ratha flying up for the flight mechanic, because that was plot. That was plot. That's how you unlock Ratha in the game, to get basically, you know, the flight mechanic. So for me as the 4-year-old, that scene had to be perfect. That scene had to absolutely be perfect in terms of the character stance, where the character stood in front of Ratha, like the men, the henchmen, or the hunters moving in on the character, all of that. We spent so many nights. So, the last, I say nights, but like the last portion of the after hours of work, getting that scene perfect. And in the last, I believe the last days or so, we got it perfect. So, just for my OG fan, 1997, thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you and your husband did back then. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that the original lore work was stolen, but I did the best I could to, you know, just avenge everybody's hard work from back then. So, yeah, thank you so much. It really took back memories, and that's what sold me to just take the old work back for good, and just, we're gonna elaborate on it, because I would have liked to elaborate in New Zealand as well. So, and not just New Zealand, I would like to eventually go to Europe. I'm not going to say anything right now, but I would like to potentially look at Scotland as another location. So Scotland, I'm looking at Scotland, I'm looking at France, and potentially Spain, as well as Germany. I'm going to be looking at Europe in entirety, because as I mentioned in previous episodes, I have never been to Europe in terms of traveling or even seeing the landscape. So yes, I do have plans after graduate school to potentially travel to Europe, do a little bit of maybe just studying as a member of the development team, and yeah, work to improve the future work in a sense. So yeah, there's a lot that I'm gonna have to apply in terms of my master's degree in the future. So yeah, we're looking at all of that. We're definitely looking at all of that. Alright, I'm gonna go ride and then hit Tigris with a level 1 Emperor Sky High Dive. So yeah, Tigris is gonna retreat back to his den now. And that's essentially what I did in the failed fire release, was just basically hunt Tigris, because Tigris actually has good traits. So in a sense, I got a head start with gene traits, and that's what sparked me to make the nature of this content more organized, because the previous content wasn't organized in terms of how I would be doing everything content wise. So I just want to make sure. Oh, it's gonna flee. I gotta figure out how to take out the barrel feed. Maybe I could use a trap to keep it in place, because I would love to like know how much HP they have. But yeah, so okay, we're We're not even gonna disturb it. Iron ore. I'm just going to quickly assess. It could wake up, but I don't really care if it wakes up because, again, I'm trying to get as much materials as possible. Just so the teams can know, because we're gonna be looking at all of this, and then yeah, this episode should be wrapping up actually, because I should have everything that I need so far. I just want to go over gene channeling, and then yeah, we can wrap up and close out. Because yeah, let's see. Of course, it's because I gotta stand here, because yeah, I pick up one egg and then he wakes up. That's why I like T-Rex so much. Because I would like to find, if you guys are wondering, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a dragon gene trait. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a dragon gene trait. Okay, so I gotta pay attention to that. Okay, so T-Rex is most likely gonna run speed. So I want to just show y'all how a trap can work, potentially. Oh my gosh. And then he attacks twice. Yeah, T-Rex is a prop. Speed, power. Speed, power. So I can use either or. Nice. And look at that predict. Cause now, yeah, we got him. Just to show y'all, like, yeah, I thought about how traps will work in terms of the application. Now we get 2 free turns off of this. Well, technically we got 3. All right, so now escape from the trap. Beautiful. Alright, so now we go to a right. And then I'm just gonna use the level 1. Emperor Sky High Dive. Alright, perfect. And I want y'all to know that another reason why this is going to be the season 1 finale is because I'm hoping by getting administrative rights and relinking with the team that I can release a Steam retroactive patch update that should hopefully turn on the planetary weathering system. And if so, then I might be able to patch update Stories 1 so that the future gameplay, y'all might actually be able to see the planetary weathering system. There's no promises though. Like, no promises. I'm not making any promises, but this is just like, this is just me letting the public and the viewership know that we may be doing more like retroactive patch updates. That's why I gotta get in the system. I gotta get going. I gotta get my admin rights, you know. But I mean, that's also why, as a 233% owner, I figure we're not gonna have any problem. I'm gonna have Alexio from Italy guiding me wherever I need to go. So yeah, not just Alexio. I will be with the original Trinity. Like, we're gonna be doing everything we can. I'm gonna be working with all the teams, both developmental teams. I'm gonna be working with the Street Fighter team. I don't want to say any more than that, of course, but the reason why I'm working with the Street Fighter team is because I am tied to collaborations as they pertain to all of my brand deals of Monster Hunter Wilds. So I will let y'all know what y'all see currently on the thumbnails for stories isn't all of my brand deals, by the way, that I'm tied to. I'm tied to currently Universal Studios Japan, I believe Street Fighter. We have Final Fantasy 14 because that was a collaboration. I believe we have the Fendi guitar collaboration. There was a lot of the KFC collaboration. I do have technically I do have a collaboration with KFC through Wilds. What else? There's more collaborations. I'm trying to think just off the top of my head without looking at the previous thumbnails, because it's not just Sonic Racing Crossroads. That's not even in terms of branding. I kind of just force, Sega to be in branding with me, but it's not really a brand deal. But as it pertains to like the legalities of the Wilds canon collaboration deals, Street Fighter, Final Fantasy 14, the Fendi guitar, KFC, Universal Studios Japan is 5. There's others. There's others. So yeah, every single that comes with the power of breaking the fourth wall, by the way. So every single title that I guess interface with in terms of Wilds and what the team of Capcom presents can be a canon deal. That's also why I will be evaluating Dragon's Dogma 2 in the future, because Dragon Dogma 2, guess what? Whenever I complete Dragon's Dogma 2, that logo will go on the Wilds, future Wilds videos that I will produce as a canon collaboration towards Wilds. So it will all circle back to Wilds whenever I finish my expedition through stories 2, stories 3, Dragon's Dogma 2, and Wilds. I know fans are asking, what about Monster Hunter 1? What about Monster Hunter 2? What about Monster Hunter 3? This is only to canonize non-canon titles. So Monster Hunter Stories 1 and Monster Hunter Stories 2, I believe, are non-canon. And then Stories 3 is canon, even though they're all supposed to be canon. But the reason why I was sponsored initially was for these 3 Monster Hunter titles, and then for Dragon's Dogma 2. That is currently it. There's currently it. Because, yeah, it's as far as like my workload and everything, I was supposed to be out of graduate school by the time all of this, started transpiring, but things haven't been going the best in terms of like, my own personal health and everything. However, I am recovering a lot better. That will be obviously allowing me to travel internationally. So to the public and everyone who may be concerned about just my own health as an owner, I'm doing fine. I'm much better. I'm well. So thank you for your concerns, of course. But as you know, time is money, and as an owner, I have to stay busy, right? I gotta stay moving. So I just want y'all to know, thank you for the fans, of course, concerns, but I'm good. I've rebounded. I'm not gonna go into any specifications on open comms, but just know that I have been dealing with my own personal health issues as it pertains to just the pilot and the physical world of Planet Earth year 2026. So just be mindful that yes, I've been going through my own hardships as it pertains to everything in my own realm, my own life, my own world. So just know that hopefully things will will just be on the up and up. I think that's really it. I want to go back to the Desert Cave entrance in the Trust Desert. Because I need to figure out what... Let me look at the map. I'm trying to go south. So that's where I need to go. I need to go south. Yeah, we gotta go over here. So this will be the last assessment place. And then, yeah, I can do the ritual rite stuff. And then we'll just wrap up for the, yeah. We'll wrap up for the outro. So thank you all so much. Of course, thank you to the 12 million player base. I'm doing the best I can to push us towards 15 to 20 million in terms of the milestone. But I can't wait to get back into Wilds, so because I would love to just like show you all like what I mean by like the cocoons giving life at, you know, on the base map of Iberia. But even by the time all of this gets going and everything, and I get over to the team and we start assessing everything, and the free title update gets green lighted for commercial release, a lot of what I'm saying today will most likely be obsolete in the future as newer information come out and everything. So that's why this is basically going to be the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Episode 8. The original Trinity, the season finale. So yeah, this is just the season 1 finale of everything. Yeah, I want to hash it. And of course, it's just to say thank you to the fans. Always thank you. I can't wait to see just more fan art. It's gonna be great, and I just can't wait. All right, so this is what I was talking about, just into the ritual aspects of things before I just finish up. So as you can see, Ratha is amazing. Because even though, like, with plot, Ratha comes in with all of these skills. Except, I think the soothing skill is the one I added. And then, yeah, Ratha comes with fly. And then, yeah, the gene type. So you got the flaming gene, you got the Ratha gene, and then you have the Popo gene, and then you have, yeah. So what I would like to do is, let's see, where's Tigrex? The Tigrex gene. The Tigrex gene isn't really all that great. But what I've noticed about Tigrex is Tigrex comes with, excuse me. Let me go to Tigrex. Right here. Okay, so Tigrex comes with the Draconic gene, which boosts dragon type moves, right? So it's gonna boost dragon attack, and if you know how genes work, I have to find a dragon somewhere, which I haven't been able to really do yet, but that's what I would like to do, and I'm assuming it would come from like the bigger boss dragons in it. But at the same time, Tigrex can also, that's why I've started hunting Tigrex. But I realized with the Tigrex gene, I cannot get, I need to find a dragon with a gene. And I'm trying to think of what would be a dragon in a sense that would have that gene that I need. Escape gene, evasion instincts. Because that's what makes genes great, is you have the ability to essentially add active skills or passive skills to the beast. And that is something that I would like to research with the team. We're gonna have to look at this, because even this, how is Predator Gene S, max HP up, and then Dragon Attack. The reason why Gene is great, I guess Dream Tech is great, is because this is where I started to get into the, I guess, preliminary science work of changing the elements of the beast. Because when fans talk about different elements and what beasts can have and their genotypes, right? Well, that's where I wanted to experiment with, in a sense, but that's also what I want the player base to experiment with, to gain an understanding that even though, let's say Rathalos or Ratha breathes fire, right? Wait, this might be even better. Even though Rathalos breathes fire, it's technical. Okay, we'll do this. Yeah, I'll show y'all in this fashion. Even though Rathalos, right? Even though Ratha breathes fire, let's just change some stuff up, because I'm sure the team would be very, very fascinated with this. So Ratha, right? Boom. I have Ratha, and let's see, the Zamtris, because for the sake of time, I want to speed things up. Do I have another Zamtris or no? Okay, cool. Same story. And then I want to channel the Zamtris gene. Yes. Now Zamtris will be absorbed into Ratha, right? Now, keep in mind, Ratha's main move, I believe, is still the Sky High Dive, which delivers, I believe, heavy fire damage. So you don't necessarily want to take off all of Ratha's active skills, in a sense, with fire, because the Sky High Dive is a part of that. Well, now that we've managed to give Ratha some ice abilities, let's see. Ice attack up, see? Sleep rate plus, I don't know what that means. Iron Wall L. Defense G. Ratha do need defense. And this is Gravos, but I don't want to get rid of Gravy. So we'll be looking at Barrow, because that's what we want to look at, right? So, passive skill, Dancer. What does Dancer do? Increase attack and speed when at full HP. That's actually huge. So when Ratha's at full HP. So Dancer is valid, right? And that's what you gotta look at. What do you want to pass on? Because Unscathed Gene, healing effectiveness is good. And I'm be honest, I don't really care about this Barrow. I don't really care. I mean, I could keep it, because it's the Unscathed Gene, and then, yeah, I could look at a different Barrow, because we have multiple genes. So we can look at Water Gene, this is a Fire Resist Gene, this is a Speed Up Gene, which maximum HP, and then, I could look, what is Speed? Decreases the amount of damage taken from speed attacks, so. But mainly, I'll probably most likely go with this Barrow. There's nothing, there's nothing unique here, unless Mud Throw. But I don't really care about that. I like Dancer. So we're gonna use Ritual Channeling, right? And then we're gonna take this Barrow, because what is Ratha's skill? The Popo Gene? I don't want to get rid of the Popo Gene. So then we will most likely take, what is this? What would I be replacing? Fire? Okay, we could place that. Yes, we would be taking away Fire Boost M. We would be taking away Fire Boost M, but we're also trying to hit a bingo. So we are trying to hit a bingo. So yeah, I'll take the answer. And that's why Ratha is an amazing first trial monster that you want to use. Let's see, gravy, red kezu. Now, ice is gonna get locked in a sense, but we have lamgombis. We do have lamgombis. The problem is we need a lamgombi on the middle. We need ice in the middle. Unless, yeah, we need ice in the middle. What's the gene? Unscathed. So we would like ice to either go this way or this way. Straight across. So that's what we would have to look at. And this may not be completed today. Even though I did say that there is no duration, really. Okay, let's look at T-Bricks. I really wanted to show this because we're going to be looking at this stuff. So, okay, we have Might M, Fire, Attack. So what is increases attack, Power Attack, Dragon Attack, right? So I may take the Might M. I may take that. And then we got Power Boost, Lethal Attack. Let's see, what is the power? So yeah, I would love for it to be somewhere else. I would love for it to be somewhere else. Let's check over here. Sleep Needle. Ooh, and it has ice attack. See, this is what I'm talking about. I would like something like Sleep Needle. So yeah, we'll go to Ratha. And then, yeah, I know I use the Soothe ability, but we're gonna take, boom. And we're gonna take Sleep Needle. I know active skill, but with ice, we can go here. I want to show you all this because we're gonna go into combat and do Ratha in a different den, so I can just show you all this. This is kind of me just cooking, and that's why I said this is a special episode because I do want to show the team this as well. Kezu, Tech. I think that's it. Wait. My current main party. Oh, I gotta take them out of my main party. I may just get rid of the Basarios. We'll see. So I need to go into Manor's party. So Manor's party. Change party. And then remove Basarios. I probably remove Gravity. I'm just gonna remove the whole party. Because I know. Because I'm most likely gonna just redo my entire party later on anyways. Because that's the beautiful part about everything. Season 2, I'm gonna be mixing it up. So, because that's where the fun comes in as far as the ritual of channeling is now. Let's see. Status. I know I spent time leveling them, sleep, skill rate, spread, frost breath. I can actually move it. If I move it down, hold on. That wouldn't be beneficial. Even if I moved it down, it wouldn't be beneficial. Wait. Because it's in the middle. And that's where you have to think about the bingo. You do have to think about the bingo. So then, because I need it to the left. That's why I'm not taking, actually, let me see sprinkle things. Because I may get another pink radiant. I may go. Because if I move it, right? If I move it south and yeah, it won't work. I need something to the left. I need something to the left. But I'm not seeing anything to the left side. And that's where I would have to look into hunting Lamgombi. I would have to look into hunting other beasts. So health M. Greatly increase amount of damage, slight increase crit rate. Warlike. And where is that as a... Okay, so Ratha... Because Ratha can get, I believe, Warlike here. Where is it? Where is it? The Diablos? And then I would take Warlike. Yeah. Power Charge. A Dancer. I would take Warlike. Just so y'all can just see a bingo. Because I think I'm going to get the anything bingo, and then I'm going to get, like... I'm going to get, yeah. Even though I don't know how I have another bingo. But I do have a bingo there. And then... I know I crossed. I blocked it off, but that's okay. That's why this is like learning. I just want y'all to see that I'm thoroughly thinking about how I want to potentially hunt beasts, because this is what we were thinking about as team members in terms of how everything would apply with the true evolution aspect. Granted, there are going to be 30 years of roughly neglect that we're going to have to take into account. Ice Toss. So I could go Ice Toss here. I could actually go Ice Toss. Because, yeah, I don't really care for the Yan. So, if I go Ice Toss here, I can replace that one. I know what I said, like, you don't want to replace out all the fire. But, I mean, it could happen. It could happen, because on the middle row, I could still go fire. I could go fire still on the middle row. I could. Okay, because there should be one more ice bottom left that I could seal. Ice, defense up, negate, see. Let's see. Okay, that's let gonna be power gene. What's the power? Is that fire? It is. Fire attack, yes, and that's what we want. So yeah, we'll do that. I'm trying to think, because ice was what? Let me make sure. Serios. Rock shield. Iron wall. Fire boost. Okay. I just want to make sure. Who had the power gene? I'm almost done, I promise y'all. Is it the fire L gene? Was it this gene? So what's the fire L gene? It's on the left side. Okay. I have a lot of Kezu. I didn't realize I had so much Kezu. Snarls. Was it Snarls? I'm just looking to see who gives baseball. Okay. Hypnotic. I know this is the Linkombi gene. Okay. I think I may have already used it, which means I'm gonna have to hunt another ice gene. That's fine. That's all I'm looking at. That's the nature of this. Because if I really wanted the bingo, right, I could just use the Barra. I could just wait. It's this one. So if I switch to Zamtros, breath to the middle, yeah, it wouldn't matter. It really wouldn't matter. I thought about it. It really wouldn't matter. I would rather change the ice out. I would rather change the ice out, but I think for the sake of time, yeah, for the sake of time, Because I can get almost, like, I can get more fire genes. Let's just use what we have for right now. Alright, cool. So this will be basically the last quest, and then... Or the last bit of content before end. So thank you all so much. I appreciate y'all. And of course, it was great. A great start to the season. We're gonna recalibrate. We're gonna figure everything out. So again, thank you to the fans. Thank you to the 12 million player base. I am working very, very hard as it pertains to being billions, hundreds of billions of years in the past in relation to the time period of Monster Hunter Wilds present day base game planet, and I am working on finishing up my final initial assessment of all of the damage calculated lore work as a 233% owner of Capcom, the owner of Star Globe Industries. And yes, I believe we just need to do one more final playthrough battle, and I'm gonna come here because I'm gonna end here. I'm not gonna end at the staging area. I'm gonna end here at my house. So we're going to do this final sub-den quest just because I would like to fight a strong beastie, and then yeah, this will end and be an end of the final finale episode of the official canonizing of Monster Hunter Stories 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Episode 8, the original Trinity. And I will just like to remind fans that you can again see the content on YouTube. Y'all can see the content on YouTube. And yeah, I'm updating my business information because again, I am a newer trademark owner. So of course I am still learning, I'm still updating myself. I am busy in grad school. I have multiple hats, multiple jobs. I work a lot and I'm looking to be retired by 35. So yeah, I just want to say thank you all so much. Thank you all for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it, and I will be watching Hanabi's with the team. So thank you all so much. And once again, thank you Capcom for sponsoring this video. I can't wait. So by the time this surface arrives, I will most likely have again portaled out. So I will be traversing in planet Earth year 2026 as the pilot. I will be doing that. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. We're doing so much damage. I like this. Maybe it's the genes. It gotta be the genes. It gotta be Ratha's genes. Ratha should be like hitting... Ratha will be hitting like 1,000 damage. Kind of. But now we get Kensha. Yeah. That's why I wanted to show y'all. Oh my... the trap. Wow. Wow. Right before the ride, too. I just want to see how the damage is affected now. Oh my. 275? So y'all see the difference in genes and why I would be very interested. Cause yeah, oh my goodness, that, okay, yeah, no, Ratha is very overpowered, I see. Ratha is very overpowered, but you see the vision of where I want to go as it pertains to true evolution. Cause guess what? All of this is just stories. When these beasts come into Wilds, who do you think y'all will be fighting in the World Tournament? So yeah, that's what I mean by like, y'all should be training. And by the time we get done cooking, whatever y'all are fighting in the World Tournament, trust me. The Wilds fans that know me already know. Hey, to the Wilds fans out there, what I say about base game Wilds, it's gonna be what? This is going to be the easiest it's ever been. Ever. So, yeah. Don't get married to the idea of what base game Wilds is. Because now that I've known and I've assessed the entire state and everything as it pertains to Wilds, yeah. It's definitely going to change. It's definitely going to change. But that's beautiful. That's beautiful because we're going to build it up to 2027. It's going to be great. It's, oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're going to reevaluate what true evolution is because in a sense, true evolution is the only real, well, I'm not going to say the only real reason. True evolution is easier to obtain through pure evolution than it would be by doing what I did initially, which is tracing all of the canon evolutionary entry points of basically the Earth to get to a product of potentially true evolution. Pure evolution makes it a lot easier. But the problem is to get it, you have to capture your very first thought ever in life, which is why I did it. And I'm very lucky as a child that I was able to do it. Because, yeah, that's why all of this controversy has caused so much trouble, by the way. Because they sold and stole my very first idea, my very first creation, and my very first idea ever as it pertains to evolution. They sold that. They put a value on it and they sold it. So, yes, they got everything that they deserve for stealing. Everything they deserve. And a successful test of the Omni Bomb. Okay, it's not this way, but I think I came from this way, right? So yeah. I think, yeah, this is the wrong way. Yeah, so everything is gonna be alright. I just want to let the fans know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Hopefully by the time y'all see me, we would have came together and we'll all just be doing our thing and yeah. Seems like there are more I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where the egg nest is and then we'll get out of here. Cause yeah, this is all I wanted to show. So again, thank you to the fans. Thank you to everybody. I know I may have probably gone over time. I was shooting for 4 hours, so hopefully this was good. This was enough content for y'all to just be held over. There will not be a, of course, it shouldn't be going without saying, there will not be another episode next week. This is the season finale of episode 1. And then whenever I get the schedule aligned, just stay tuned for episode 2. Yeah, just stay tuned for episode 2, because we may just be putting some stuff out on the official Capcom channels now that the team is coming together. The original Trinity is coming together. I get to finally meet and see the team after 29-ish years. I'm so excited. I know we've changed. I know it's gonna be so great because I know they've probably been hearing my voice. I've been hearing their voice. I've been seeing them, you know, in their media. They've been seeing me in my media, even though, like, you know. So yeah, it's gonna evolve. It's gonna change, and it's gonna be great. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I cannot wait. There's so much that I have to tell the producer of Wilds, and so much that I have to tell. Not just the initial director of Wilds, but I would love to tell and meet the new director of Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance development team. So yes, I get to meet all the teams. I want to bring the Street Fighter team in. We gonna do a lot, people. We gonna be doing a lot because yes, I want to master. You know, I'm gonna have the Street Fighter team working with me on those amazing pop-out mechanics. Because yeah, I would love to improve all of it. We're gonna refine all of it. We're gonna be refining a lot of it. And it's gonna be great, because yeah, even the move sets like the Emperor Sky High Dive will be improved on. And maybe that'll just go into the remaster. We'll see. I just gotta figure out my scheduling, but yeah, with school, grad school and everything, I gotta figure everything out. Just know everything will be uploaded as intended. It will be uploaded as intended. I would say that everything will be uploaded as intended. So again, thank you to the fans. Love you, fans. Thank you, everyone out there, to the 12 million player base. Just know, I'm going to do you all justice. The hero of Evolution will be doing you all justice, since I'm taking back my old job position from 29 years ago. So I'm really excited. Of course, I still have so much more that I need to learn in terms of my own applications. So I would try to just get this information out in a timely manner, of course, and yeah, we'll figure it out. So thank y'all again so much for watching. On behalf of Capcom Global, Capcom America, and all of the Capcom teams around the world, thank you so much for not just your support in Monster Hunter Stories 1. Thank you for your support in Monster Hunter Wilds, as well as the entirety of all Monster Hunter products, and not just Monster Hunter products. Thank you for your support in just Capcom in general, all Capcom products in general. Thank you all for your support of Capcom, and not just Capcom, your support of Star Globe Industries. And remember, all of this is what? Real world current event news. So it's okay to talk about it, as long as it's not within like the crazy applied application of science. You know, you can generally talk about multiverse and everything that you've seen as it pertains to my content, whether it's online or basic cable or wherever the medium got to you, or however it got to you. Just know that it is a part of Planet Earth Year 2026, Star Globe Industries and Capcom's official current event news. So just letting y'all know, y'all can actually talk about it. It seems like because I said it was secret, the public feels like it can't be talked about. No, it's public information. Y'all are learning this from me. I just said this in the last video. Y'all are getting the source from me, so I know who it's coming from. So y'all don't have to pretend like you haven't seen the episode. I know y'all are talking around the topic. I hear it in the dialogue everywhere. You can talk about it, people. You can talk about it. You can talk about it. It's okay. It's current real world events. Like, it's okay. I'm American. You can talk about it. Like, that's why it's being sourced as the videos now, because yes, this is my form of media to give news, so you can talk about it. I expect people to talk about it. Why? I'm the only source of evolution in the world. I expect people to talk about me, except for, you know, Darwin. You know, like, I expect that. It's a part of the glaze. Like I said, Darwin didn't have his own planet, so yeah, gas me up. That's all. Glaze me a little bit, not too much, you know, but glaze me as the emperor. Facts. Stroke my ego once, cause yeah, I'm looking for a lady in my life. Apparently, I need a lady in my life. So yeah, glaze me a little bit. And who knows? Maybe, who knows? I'll be outside with somebody's daughter at Capcom conventions, maybe. So that's it for me. I just want to say thank y'all so much. But the 233% owner of Capcom is heading out. So we will pick back up. And of course, next time y'all see me, I will most likely have been to Japan and back. So much love, of course, and again to the 12 million player base, my Monster Hunter fan base. I will be watching and looking at all the content. To the streamers out there, of course, that be streaming Wilds and you know, Monster Hunter content, I do be looking at y'all content. It's just like I don't really be engaged like that, like because you feel me? I don't want to get ahead of the business. Some organizations will have to come to the business table in the future if they want to deal business. Because yes, Star Globe Industries does operate off of free currency, but from the looks of my damage calculation assessment, the pilot will be paid handsomely well for all of the damages dating back to potentially whenever the incident may have been reported and Planet Earth year 1997. So stay tuned for all of that. There's going to be more. I have to now go into the individual accounting of getting the numbers and seeing the years affected and how much of the global business was affected. Because again, I'm looking at Capcom Global Headquarters business right now in Capcom America's business. So thank y'all so much. Love y'all. And again, who am I? The undisputed world champion of Monster Hunter Wilds, Emperor of the Wildlands, the American Wild Child. Drive safely, take care. Wish y'all a restful, wonderful night. Until next time, Emperor out.
遥か遠い昔、古の頃。モンスターと心を通わせ、眠れる力を目覚めさせる者がいた。人々はこう呼んだ。モンスターライダー。モンスターと絆を結びし者と。
Until next time, Monster Hunter Stories 1, Episode 8, the season finale, the original Trinity. Thank you to all of the 12 million player base and all of the fans around the world. We, the development team, will not let you down. Until see you again. Stories 1.